Alright, I'm going to go ahead and start streaming. I don't even know if this goes live when I actually start streaming. I forget. Let's look. There we go. Every time, I'm just not a streamer. Every time I do this, I have to, relearn everything. Everything else on my computer is super automated. But this... Okay. Oh, yeah, we are live, aren't we? I think so. Can someone respond and say that we're live so that I know? It says live, but I'm not actually sure. Everything's written. Oh. Okay, yeah, we are live. Okay. That's good. It's good. I didn't actually really think I was going to go live when I pressed that. Sometimes YouTube, it doesn't actually... Well, who cares? All right, so we're going to have a stream today. I just have some time. I was going to read some emails, read comments, but also, I'm going to try and keep this on a couple talking points or whatever. So I'll go ahead and start looking at what people have sent in. We might be talking about, I don't know, the Reformation. We might be talking about... homestead LARPing and stuff like that, and why it's a LARP. I think we kind of talk. I mean, I don't want to dismiss people who do homesteading stuff, but where people go wrong in doing what they do, stuff like that. And there are a couple. I think there are already a couple donations to read. So maybe I'll go ahead and start out with this really long one I have. And this was actually a couple weeks ago I got. So this is from a guy named Jacob. And he says, I was listening to your interview with Kyle earlier today, which, I did this interview, when, a year and a half ago, I forget. When you got onto the topic of the Reformation and King Henry VIII. As an Orthodox Christian from these isles, I can confirm what you're saying from my limited understanding of the forces which shaped my country as it stands today. You're completely right in calling the parliamentarians the bad guys, in the sense of the Civil War, by the way. Among other strange and wicked things that Cromwell did, he also allowed the men with small hats, more recently some rather dark eyebrows for some reason, back after the expulsion sometime before. I'm sure you know this already. Yes, I do. What you might not know is, and this is, I think, more important, what you might not know is some of the more intricate impact that these events, like the dissolution of the monasteries, that is, had on local areas. I live in Cornwall, and I'm from this nation. In Penryn, not too far from me, there was a monastery called Glasney College, rather close to the bridge that is now there. A mystery play was written there called the Ordinalia. This play was written in Cornish, the language spoken and written for those who were literate in it at this time, with stage directions in Latin. It's the oldest preserved play in the entire British Isles, by my knowledge. After the monastery was destroyed, the granite and other local types of rock used in this construction were reused in many of the houses in Penryn. They quite literally have pieces of the monastery on their facades. The reaction to the dissolution of the monasteries and the changes in worship were so extreme here that after the time of Henry VIII, when they began destroying statues and the like, thousands of Cornish and Devonian men marched up country armed and with priests in 1549 as a show of force and to try to force the king's council's hand into abandoning what they were doing. They were ruthlessly killed by mercenaries, and around a tenth to a fifth of the population, numbers vary depending on who you ask, afterward to prevent another rising. To my knowledge, this also includes women and children. Much of Cornwall was monastery land. I can't say how much categorically, but it was an awful lot of it. Changes in the mass and destroying statues and the like was the last straw for my ancestors. I should note that there was a similar rebellion in Yorkshire just before 1549. I don't know the exact date. A couple books, and then he recommends a couple, hold on, let me... he recommends a couple books, Anglo-Cornish Wall of June, August 1549 by Craig Weather. I'm not going to read all of this kind of stuff, but that's basically the end of the email. So yeah, I mean, that's a good, maybe a good point to start on. Yeah, I mean, during the Reformation, I forget if this is the actual Pilgrimage of Grace that he's talking about, but there was a revolt, and of course then there's the prayer book revolt, wherein basically the Reformation, when it starts in England, is extremely unpopular. It's really like an elite, it's kind of like Henry VIII, and then later the council under his son Edward that enforce all of this. Every change they make, even if it's very minor, is met with basically armed resistance from the populace. And you don't really have people who are upset whenever there's some kind of, return to conservatism. There's a constant ebb and flow. Now, the thing is, the dissolution, he talked a little bit about the dissolution of the monasteries. And I think one thing that's most important to understand is, I mean, even if you're looking at this in an atheistic, materialistic, practical perspective, the dissolution of the monasteries is probably one of the greatest social, I don't know how to, it's one of the greatest social disasters in human history. Now, I mean, not just English history or not just British history, but human history, because obviously England and Britain became, kind of the world cultural power, and obviously through America as well. That cultural strand loses something really significant. In fact, frankly, we wouldn't have had the world develop into this kind of dystopia if this hadn't happened. And why I say that is because, monasteries, like, back in that period, something like a sixth, a third, depending on how much, depending on what region or what you're looking at of the land in England was monastic land. And that doesn't mean that everyone just can use it for whatever, but people got land for extremely cheap. They could, rent it for extremely cheap. They could pasture their animals on it. They could be kind of self-employed. There was relatively free movement, and there was a culture of movement. It's not like people traveled like they travel today, but you could easily, it was a cultural thing to go on pilgrimages, to go to different parts of the country, ancient parts of the country, see great monasteries. You stay at monasteries. There's no such concept of a hotel. I mean, there were inns, but inns are like degenerate places, It's not exactly the same. And it's hard for us to almost understand, like even physically around this time, even aside from the religious aspect, this is also the time of enclosures. So as Henry VIII he seizes monastic land, and this is before really any of the theological Reformation, right? This is something that's happening, This is something that is prior to all of that. You have Henry VIII is personally seizing all the monasteries, and he doesn't even maintain them. He simply sells them off, basically to make money for his wars, and sells them off to curry favors with the aristocracy. So now all of a sudden, all this land that wasn't exactly communal land, but something that's in that domain, it's now held by this aristocracy that, of course, is not going to charge you super cheap rents. Rents go up drastically. Like the price of living goes up drastically because, I mentioned enclosures. What enclosures were in Britain were basically in the past you could pasture your animals in kind of open fields, and you might pay a nominal rent. But during this period, what happens is big owners of big kind of proto-capitalists in a way start trying to seize up land, enclose it so other people can't use it for their own sheep. The prices of land go up pretty significantly. And the dissolution of the monasteries really makes, although, this kind of stuff was happening anyway, the dissolution of the monasteries really accelerates this, right? Anyway, I think, people, I mean, there's a lot of other stuff to talk about there as well. Maybe we will as we go on, but I just wanted to, kind of read that email. I mean, it's just a guy, the other kind of funny thing is, obviously, in Britain, in America by extension, but, you can go to, all of these ancient, decrepit, destroyed monasteries and abbeys in the British Isles that were all, they weren't necessarily all physically destroyed. All of them were dissolved. All of them were, maybe some of them, let's say Canterbury, you can still go and see the physical buildings. They're being used for other stuff. But Glastonbury Abbey, which was almost one of the most important abbeys, and and of course there were so many others. They become a ruin. English people now look at their ancestry as almost this. It's as destroyed and mutilated as ancient Rome is. I mean, there are Roman ruins that are better preserved than a lot of the churches and the So either way, our perception of things is very different. And even what it's like to be in one of those churches is like significantly different. And what I mean by that is obviously the Reformation, as he mentioned, obviously the Reformation, they start getting rid of statues, and the Civil War becomes even more significant. You have people in the English Civil War who are going through to every parish church and keeping tabs of all the stuff that they destroy. And they're saying, we destroyed these icons, these statues, we scratched off this prayer from the wall. They would even do, they of course were even destroying crucifixes and stuff like that. Things that it's like, why would they even do that? But what I was going to say is like, even the view, like an English person going into a church has a perception of what the English church is that is a mutilated version of what it used to be, right? So you walk into an Orthodox church, and again, this guy who sent the email is Orthodox, and to an Englishman, that it seems very exotic. It seems very like, look at all the iconography, look at all the decor. There's this iconostas that's blocking off the altar. That's not very public or something like that. It's all very new, and it's all very alien looking, but it's not something that is alien because it's Greek or Russian. It's something alien because it's Christian. It's like an Englishman or someone within the English sphere of cultural influence, which all of us who are using English are. We have this skewed vision of what Christianity is because we're taking this, we're familiar with this part that is a truncated, mutilated version of what Christianity is. And so, like, again, you might go into an Orthodox church and find it highly exotic, and it's not actually exotic. Well, it is exotic to you, but that's because traditional Christianity is exotic to you. I think that's the way to properly look at it. So, anyway, I really started this live stream off with a lecture. I haven't even looked at actually the chat and stuff. So let's see. But we'll talk more about that. Let's see. I'll go ahead and check for... I had some other stuff I wanted to read as well. Let me just double check and see that the stream is actually working, because I have this like vague fear that I just gave that entire speech like a schizo to like no one listening. Yeah. Reformation and transfer of wealth from the church usually go hand in hand. England, Denmark, Sweden, yeah. And theoretically, there are places that did things like less bad than England. I mean, like England, it ended up just being a total cash grab. A lot of the Protestants would destroy the monasteries, or like, they'd make them other churches or something like that. But it's such a cynical and stupid thing, because this is like the religious heritage. And again, like even looking at it in a totally godless way, this is like the cultural heritage for, 1,500 years. And it's just being like, shilled off so you can like pay for a war that you're going to lose anyway. That's the state of King Henry VIII. There's something like profoundly evil and reckless about that. It's like, quite disappointing being an Italian visiting churches and abbeys here. Yeah, if you're talking about England or something. Yeah, the other thing I was going to mention about iconostas, the iconostas. I mean, and this is something actually that Roman Catholics have changed as well. It's one of the, people don't often realize, but like the Roman Catholics are, even before Vatican II, they were already very significantly affected. Like they were Protestantized in like little ways. So one of them, or sometimes very significant ways. So like a pretty good example is like the iconostas or the rood screen. Okay, so and you could nitpick saying an iconostas and a rood screen aren't exactly the same, but they kind of serve the same function. That is, in the medieval church, all Western Roman Catholic churches had rood screens, and what this is, it's a dividing. It's like an iconostas in the East, where the altar is separated from the rest of the church by this wall. There are doors that the clergy go in and out of. It's not perfectly visible. There is a veil over part of it that's opened. So, at important parts, visual parts of the service, or sometimes for liturgical times of year, like Paschaltide, it's open and visible, but there's still this kind of separation between the church and the altar. And that arose over time, and in both East and West. And in the West, it was usually called a rood screen. And again, it's like something, in that case, it's, not perfectly opaque. It's more like it's a screen. You can kind of see through it, but not super well. You can look up what one of these things look like. It's a kind of woodwork that imagine like kind of like a chain link fence, but with decorative wood. That's a bad way to say it, but either way, the Protestants, like one of the reforms, and actually the Council of Trent, was to enforce, like, basically take down the rood screens, not explicitly, but that's what happened. Like, Protestants were critical that, like, the liturgy or the mass wasn't visible, or lay people didn't feel like they fully participated in it. And one of the ways that Catholics kind of acquiesced to that is said, okay, we're taking down the rood screens. And so throughout Western Europe, although all these traditional churches had them, they took them down. I'm not making a huge criticism of Catholics here, but it's just like one of those other things you didn't expect changed during the Reformation, even in Roman Catholicism. But, not to... anyway, that's just a random comment. Okay, I'm going to look at a couple of the donations. Been talking a lot, so I'm going to check. Okay, Emmanuel Torre says, he sends $3 and says, read Rock and Sand by Father Josiah Trenum. Any recommendations for early church history, learning about sacraments, etc.? I'm Protestant, just learning. Yeah, I've never read Rock and Sand. A lot of people have. I mean, for those who don't know, it's Father Josiah Trenum's, like, his, I guess, critique, or maybe a perspective, an Orthodox perspective on, like, what Protestantism is and how it's separated from, I don't know, Orthodoxy, and tradition, like the Christian faith, basically, like, where Protestants are wrong. I know a lot of people at our parish have read it, or, like, that was the book that kind of, oh, okay, yeah, great, I understand this. So, I haven't read it, a lot of people do, so that's all I can say. As for me, any recommendations for early church history, learning about sacraments, etc.? So I would say this, like, I think what's more important than someone reading just, like, some text, like, what a lot of Protestants, maybe even what you're looking for, is some kind of, like, early church father that's going to debunk Protestantism or, Roman Catholicism or whatever, like, that's what you're implicitly kind of looking for. And I think it's important to remember that, like, especially Protestantism is so alien from early Christianity, you're just not going to find that. What you will find, which is even better in a way, is if you really learn, I mean, if you do things like even just like reading the councils, the canons of the ecumenical councils. Maybe you could start there. It's the kind of thing you could read in a couple minutes. Like, just look up the canons of the councils, and you can just, like, kind of peruse them. And you will get the feeling, like, if you just start reading things from the earlier period of the church, you'll start realizing, especially as a Protestant, that, oh, this isn't the same thing that I grew up with. Like, it's not just they believe different stuff. Like, the debates they're having are totally different from what I think they should be about. They're, like, a good example that a lot of Orthodox people use is, like, okay, so when Saint Cyril of Alexandria is rebutting Nestorius, as to why Christ is truly one person and not two, he says, well, if you think that there is, like, this physical person separate from the divine person in some way, when you partake of the Eucharist, you are eating the flesh of a man and not the flesh of God, right? So, obviously, that is just not what a Protestant believes in the first place. It's not an argument that would appeal to him, because he doesn't believe, he just thinks I'm going to some kind of memorial service. I'm not eating anyone's flesh. I'm eating bread and wine, This is what, Thomas Kramer argues, more or less, that we call it the body and blood of Christ, but it's not. Like, that's the traditional conservative Anglican opinion, not to throw the Oxford movement people under the bus, but that's more or less what they believe. They don't believe it's anything, right? So I would say just read things that are super easy to get into. If you go to my book selling site, lindypress.net, I sell a compilation called The Early Christian Reader, which I think, I have an old version right here. So it looks like this. So lindypress.net, you can buy this book. This is actually, it's a little shorter. I added in the letters of Ignatius as well. They're not in this version, but they're in one I have in the other room. This might be a good thing to look at as well. You know, I'm not saying this just to shill my product, but by all means, it will give you some stuff to read. And I would just say, like, you got to put yourself. You're not going to fully put yourself in the mindset of the church just by reading a couple things, but it will clue you. You will run across things where you realize, oh, this is very different from what I believe. That's all I can say, or like what I grew up with. I mean, for me as a kid, it was like, okay, so Saint Constantine the Great, you know, as a Protestant, or actually, I guess, you know, during my period of atheism, right, where, you know, obviously, I don't believe in what I believed when I was a kid. I kept researching like Roman or Byzantine quote unquote history, and every time something about the Christian faith comes up, I realize, oh, this isn't even what I was taught anyway. You know, they just believed something different back then. I didn't think Orthodoxy still existed. I just thought it used to be different. You know, like, but a good example, an example I think I used in the interview with Kyle is like, you know, okay, Saint Constantine wanted to be baptized at the end of his life. Okay, because he didn't want to fall into sin after baptism and thus like jeopardize his, you know, defense at the dread judgment seat of Christ, right? He didn't want to commit unconfessed sins, right? So Protestants don't believe that. They don't look at things that way. Now, again, the church actually, mind you, does not teach that you should delay your baptism. There are theological reasons for that as well. That's something that's been, you know, discussed in church councils after this. But the very idea of almost like juking, you know, like, oh, yeah, I'm just going to wait till right before I die to get baptized so all my sins are forgiven and I don't commit any unconfessed sins. Like, that's very un-Protestant, you know. So another thing, too, I was reminded, I recently reread, well, I've never read it in its entirety, but I plan to read it in its entirety now, but St. Bede, Venerable Bede, as people usually call him, Venerable Bede's History of the English People. So I remember reading as a kid, there's this point where he's quoting from St. Augustine of Canterbury, who sending a letter to St. Gregory the Dialog, St. Gregory the Great, Pope St. Gregory, you know, asking about kind of things about the Christian faith, like how should we do this, how should we do that. And I remember as a kid just thinking like, this is totally... You know, he's talking about, oh yes, when a woman gives birth, you don't come to church for this period, but she can't. It's not a sin if she does. She can receive baptism if she needs to remit her sins. Or in this situation, you know, like she can take the body and blood of Christ. Then, if she's menstruating, maybe if her conscience pangs her, you know, she shouldn't. But it's not a big deal. You know, like those are the kind of things that they're talking about. Or they're talking about things that are just so out of the radar of what I was familiar with. And, you know, as a kid, I was arrogant. I was just like, I guess people in the past didn't truly understand the Christian faith. Not until, I don't know, American evangelicalism, you know, that's when they finally understood things. So, anyway, so let's see. So that's what I would recommend to Emmanuel. Just... you know, I would read the canons of the councils. You know, read early. So the stuff I have in this book, I should say, is very apostolic. It's what's called the Apostolic Fathers. Now, I will say not all of this is, let's say, fully orthodox in a way, and I don't mean that to say it's not orthodox or there's anything bad in here, but it's not. The books in here are not scripture or they are not part of the Orthodox Church's biblical canon or something like that. But what it will give you is a look at, you know, how things were looked at in the early church, which is entirely Orthodox. That's what you're going to find, you know. So that's what I would recommend. Read stuff from the church. Read, you know, stay away from big stuff. That's what I would say, though. So a lot of people get drawn to, like, big names and big writings. Like, I'm going to read Augustine. I'm going to, you know, like St. Augustine, you know, of Hippo. I'm going to read, I don't know, like these big kind of encyclopedic works. I would say, like, if you're just starting out, just learn about how people look at things. And it's kind of hard to talk a Protestant into believing in sacraments where it's like, to an early Christian, it's just so everywhere. It's so ubiquitous. It's so, like, it's not a separate doctrine in the same way that, like, icon veneration isn't a separate doctrine. It's part of the way that people looked at the world, and it's implicit everywhere. And implicitly it's talked about all the time, but it's not talked about as some, like, discrete, different doctrine, you know? Okay. Let's see. Alan sends in $5. Christ is risen. Truly, he's risen. Thank you for streaming. Do you ever use your knowledge and training on econ stuff? Do you have any big takes on monetary policy or macro things? Well, that assumes that economic training is something valuable, which I don't think it is. I think that, like, economics, I mean, especially in academic economics, like the business cycle theory, you know, finance, you know, it's really horoscope stuff, like a lot of the finance world, but specifically in economics, like, I think a lot of it is just nonsense. I think, you know, when I was in school, I learned a lot of models, and I think none of them correspond to reality. They are just like, they're an aspect, they're like a symptom of this idea that we can mathematize the world, or especially mathematize highly complex social domains. So I certainly don't think that any of the skills that are in my economics textbooks are at all valuable. I think economics can, like, in learning about it, it can encourage someone to double think things, to really look at things, like, analytically and break them down. But I think if you're looking at, like, macroeconomics and policy and stuff like that, I think it's utter nonsense. And I think, I mean, it's the same idea. Like, in economics, you might know, if you don't, you should, what's called the Lucas critique, okay? And the Lucas critique is more or less, I mean, you can look at, like, the Rothbardian praxeologist, whatever, as well. But within mainstream, like, kind of neo-Keynesian economics, in a sense, there's the Lucas critique, which is more or less just because you relate two variables within an economic model and there's a historical relationship with them, it doesn't mean that there's we can change one to change the other, be that inflation and unemployment or anything else, or you know, that is utterly fallacious thinking. And a lot of people come to economics putting variables in x's and y's and z's and assuming that they are discrete, massive things that are real substances in the universe that actually work like that, and they just don't. Economics, I think, as a discipline is totally, I don't want to say totally, again, it can teach you how to think analytically, and I think, you know, there are good things about being familiar with, you know, maybe a microeconomics, so-called, but, like, the models and that kind of stuff, I think, is nonsense. Now, I to your question, I'm sure I could get a job doing macro policy, whatever, you know, any of that kind of stuff. Like, you can make money on that, but it's nonsense. Like, it's fake, and, you know, there's nothing really to it. But as for big takes, you know, like, you know, again, like, I got a pretty normal Keynesian education in school. I became more kind of Austrian afterwards, but then, you know, I mean, and I think Austrian economics is nice because it has pretty incisive, well, you could say this about any economic school, frankly. They all have very incisive critiques of all the other ones. They all know why everyone else is full of it. But of course, they're full of it too in their own way. And I think what I was going to say positively about the Austrian stuff is at least it's pretty, it doesn't hurt that much. Like, it's not like, obviously Austrians are very much uninterventionistic. So they're almost like, they're not going to have some wild scheme of their own for the most part. Now, I think a lot of them get used by politicians or, you know, corporate interests who are like, oh yes, let's deregulate in this way that benefits me. I mean, that's kind of the Reagan, you know, the Reagan economy, like that kind of thing. But yeah, I don't think economic training is something useful. Again, you can read economic stuff, and I benefited from it in some way, but I think most people's time is better well spent elsewhere. So that's what I can say about that. Let me just refresh. Sorry, I don't think I've looked at YouTube chats yet. I will in a second, but let's see. Oh shoot! And there should be. Oh, did I even pin that? Yeah, I did. I guess people are sending stuff in. Okay. Give me a second. Maximos says, Christ is risen. Truly, he's risen. I pray all is well. Just a quick donation message. If you're ever in New York, I really recommend St. Dumitru Romanian Orthodox Monastery. It's really beautiful there. Father Jacob is Jacob is a treasure. Thank you for all you do. Yeah, maybe I can't say that I'm gonna. It's not New York City. I'm sure I could look it up, but yeah, I don't know if I'm gonna be up there anytime soon, but I'll keep that in mind. You know, speaking of New York, I was thinking about visiting Jordanville at some point, sometime soon. You know, that's one of the Rocor monasteries in upstate New York, not in New York City. But there's no date for that. I just might spontaneously do it. So let's see. Davis. Hi. Hi, Luke. I'm new to Orthodoxy. Should I watch VeggieTales or 321 Penguins to learn more about the faith? Davis knows me. Very funny. Okay. I'm gonna look at. Let's see. I guess I'm gonna look at YouTube super chats now. I was looking up the individual donations. Let's see. Oh, number of them. Okay, Dolphin Payne says, Hey Luke, thanks for introducing me to Orthodoxy. I've been going to church for a year now, and I'm a catechumen. Christos Anesti, Aletos Anesti. God bless. Thank you very much. Binary Ghosts. I picked up a Catholic Bible yesterday, and apparently it has books that the King James version that most Protestants use has books that the King James version that most Protestants you missed the verb there, but there's the Orthodox use a different Bible. So Orthodox and Catholics have firstly, actually, the King James Bible actually has all of the books that a Catholic or Orthodox Bible has, because the original King James Bible had all of them. What happened, however, in the 66 book canon that we all hear so much about among Protestants is really something that emerged. I mean, like, none of the early Protestants omitted the books that Protestants do, getting down to this 66 number. This is something very novel. In fact, I've heard, actually, I need to double check it, but to my understanding, the convention of getting rid of these books in the Old Testament is a convention of the British and Foreign Bible Society, which wanted to save paper. And, actually, the full story, I should say. So, during the Reformation, there were several books in the Old Testament we're just going to say Martin Luther didn't like, okay? And we'll explain why that is. Some of it is theological reasons. They have prayers for the dead and stuff like that. But, so he took these books and he put them in the so-called Apocrypha, okay? Now, to a Roman Catholic or to an Orthodox Christian, those are just normal Old Testament books, right? It's like the Wisdom of Sirach, the Wisdom of Solomon, like Tobit, those kind of books that I guess Protestants are familiar with. All those books, yes, they're in the Orthodox Bible, they're in the Catholic Bible, because they're just in the Bible. These are just books of the Bible. They're the books of the Old Testament. So early Protestants started separating these books into this other category called the Apocrypha. And the King James Bible has the Apocrypha in it, period. Okay, it's there. But nowadays, the convention of omitting these books, this is a much more recent thing. And this is something that really, to mass print Bibles while saving some money, Protestant organizations started just omitting the Apocrypha, which is really just part of the Old Testament. Now, a lot of the original Protestant critique of these books, again, some of it is just like theological. Okay, yeah, Maccabees talks about prayers for the dead. So Martin Luther doesn't want it, so he's going to say, oh, these aren't as good. He also said that about New Testament books, but he didn't have, let's say, the capital, the kind of, the draw to actually convince people to remove the Book of James or the Book of Revelation or something like that, but which he did want to do. There are other books like the critique that sometimes they would make, or critical scholars, Protestants at the time would make, is like, let's say the Wisdom of Sirach is the Jews of their day don't use it. And we only have Greek versions, so maybe it was just originally written in Greek or something like that. Well, since then we've had like Dead Sea Scrolls and stuff, where, of course, all of these books not all of these books probably, but probably a lot of these books, including Sirach, there's a Hebrew version of this. Some of them I think were written in Greek. I'm not entirely sure, but either way, there's nothing. So the Orthodox Church and Catholics, like, we have the same Bible. I could deconstruct what the word Bible actually means. That's more kind of, but that might be too much if you're starting out. But there might be some variation, like maybe Orthodox Bibles might have a fourth Maccabees in the appendix, and Catholic Bibles might not. Things like that. But they're very minor. Anyway, so user DMG says, "Hi Luke, I'm glad you have been in my life on and off for a long time. Greetings from Finland." Thank you. Gabriel sends in $10. No comment. Thank you though. Okay, Jose says Peter Thiel is in Argentina. He came here to see if Millet's experiment firsthand and build a bunker in Patagonia. Anyway, just wanted to point out he considers himself a devout Catholic. Thoughts? Well, I think I don't want to start a flame war with Catholics. I mean, to me, I don't want to say Catholics are the same as Protestants, but like I'm very excited when someone becomes Orthodox, and I think the Orthodox Church is the true church, and outside of it, the people outside of it are not in the Orthodox Church. That's all I can say. The Catholics, I think when people convert to Catholicism, and I think there are many, many cases of that happening, big name figures, random people who convert to Catholicism, and it means very little to them. You can pretty much become a Catholic and remain the way you were, or you can remain a degenerate. You can, I don't know. Like, I know Thiel at least was a homosexual. I don't know if he's still doing that. Now that he's a devout Catholic, I have no idea. I have no clue. I can't speak that much to it, but again, I think Roman Catholicism is, or especially in the modern day, is not a very good. Someone being a Catholic doesn't really tell you that much about how serious they are about things. That's all I can say, and I'm sure a lot of trad cats will just agree with me on that, because they're just lots of people superficially convert to it, and whereas Orthodoxy, I'm sure there have been negligent people who have become Orthodox. There's no doubt about that. But I think there's more of a serious process of catechesis, and there's a more real understanding of what salvation and recovering from the passions really is. And that's not to endorse everyone who's converted to the Orthodox faith, but anyway. So Neo Rothbardian says, "Do you think Aristotle has any real place in Orthodox theology, or is the tradition fundamentally opposed to that kind of systematic metaphysics?" Listen, I mean, with anything, things that are super systematic, you always have to be kind of skeptical. But I also don't want to say Aristotelianism is just like, oh well, who needs it? Like it's useless, it's bad. Whenever you've had people doing systematic theologies, you have to be very skeptical of them, because they when you are trying to make this beautiful intellectual system that accounts for everything in the world, chances are you're not going to be able to do everything perfectly in your own machinations, and so you're going to run across things. You're going to say, actually, yeah, the fathers say this, but we're going to, I don't know, kind of mull over that for intellectual consistency. We're going to do this, I don't want to say Aristotle though has no place in Orthodox theology, because anything that has a grain of truth can have a place in Orthodox theology. But obviously Aristotle is not an Orthodox Christian. There's not a long culture of Aristotelianism in Orthodox theology, although obviously people use words from Greek philosophy or words that became popular in Greek philosophy in ecumenical councils and stuff, but whatever. So anyway, Invader Ren, silly question, what microphone do you use for your indoor and outdoor streams? Indoor, I just have this Blue Yeti, which is everyone has, this goofy thing, and then outdoor I just use a phone. Like a normal cell phone has just enough to do anything. Thoughts on APEC? It's bad. Thank you, user. So Munchushkin said, "What did you do in Stockholm?" I was just kind of hung around, honestly. In 2023, I just visited the place. It was really like on my way. I don't know, just wanted to see the place, but I only stayed a couple nights. The initiative to have so this is IVDAS. The initiative to have rood screens taken down in Catholic churches was led by certain bishops. Wasn't ordered by Trent. Common myth. No, I wasn't saying it was ordered by Trent, but it was part of that like idea of, opening things up for the people. There was opposition to it. He says there was opposition to it in France. Sorry, scrolled down too much. Thoughts on Paul being a Jewish spy? I don't know who Paul is. Powerful aura. Luke, when are you going to red pill Jay Dyer not to be a BTC maxi? I mean, being a BTC maxi, functionally I'm a BTC maxi with the addendum of Monero is the only serious currency that actually functions right now. So it's good to have Monero. But it's not useful to have anything aside from those things. That's what I would say. I'm going to check... speaking of which, I'm going to check... Shoot. Give me 1 second. Okay. Yeah, everyone's doing YouTube super chats now. Did I get... Has anyone donated, speaking of Bitcoin or Monero, has anyone done a Bitcoin or Monero super chat? I just haven't noticed any of those, because usually I get them. I'm just, worried the email thing broke. So just say if you have, and I guess I could just check the sites to do them. But anyway, Harris Newstetter, thoughts on outer space. I don't want to sound like a loon, but how can you not roll your eyes at the stuff coming out of astrophysicists' mouths sometimes? Yeah, I feel the same way. I did an article, what was it, on the fragility of physics or something. I think that's the title of it on my website. And, my whole view on that is astrophysics, it's a nice discipline because you have so little direct exposure to the data, the things you're actually dealing with, be that solar systems and planets and all this kind of stuff. Let's say, I remember when I was an undergrad, right? So I took an astronomy class. And that was fun. I learned some stuff there, but I also learned how they do things. And it's actually kind of interesting, you look at, if you want to, when you're reading a newspaper article or something about how a sun is, or how a star is, and how big they are, and what kind of gases they have, and what kind of elements and stuff. All of that is based on I don't want to say all of it, but pretty much all of it is based on the light frequency. If you have you do a spectrogram or whatever of light, spectrogram, is that the right word, of light, and you look at okay, well this little bump correlates to, I don't know, sulfur or something. Probably not sulfur in space, but anyway, either way, I would just say a lot of the data, the thing is, let's say hypothetically we could go visit another, assuming stars are suns, right? But let's say we could magically visit another star right now and observe it. Well, I think there's a very high chance that all of the theories we make from the Earth, or from, the little tiny space above Earth, are probably going to be shown to be significantly off when we actually compare them to the thing we're really trying to observe. Because, again, we're just looking at something that, it's kind of like looking through a very hazy lens at an extreme distance at something. And I'm not saying it the light is bad. I'm saying our assumptions about what we're looking at is actually very fragile. And so a lot of astrophysics, whether it's the size of the universe or how things move or whatever, is very circumspect. And a lot of, and that's why also there are other big theories about how the universe works. One of the things, where is it? I used to at least have a book on plasma cosmology where they think the universe is hugely bigger than like mainstream science believes, and it's like infinitely old and all this kind of stuff, and like weird. But either way, like they look at like it's very easy to come up with a framework or a theory that accounts for all the same data and looks at things radically different. And the point I made also in that article, The Fragility of Physics, is let's say one assumption that we have is a little off. Let's say the one I use there is like, let's say like the speed of light functions in a way differently from how we expect. Let's say the speed of light isn't perfectly constant everywhere, quote unquote. Now, you can, that's kind of, in the way that mainstream physics understands that, that's kind of meaningless. But like suppose some assumption about the speed of light that we have is wrong. Well, everything about the universe changes. The date of the universe, the composition of stars and planets and all this kind of stuff, all of it is totally different. So, so outer space, hey, I just see some lights up there. That's what I know. That's what I know. So, Weena says that Christ has been causing harm to the world for 2,000 years. We need something new and organic. The representation of quote-unquote God is the soul. Okay, Freemason or, esotericist. Rock Andrew says, opinions on redeemed Zoomer. That's funny. No opinions. Just haha. That's all I have to say. Luke, thoughts on the Quantum PhD Gigalord account of code COVID Goyle. He's the creator. Oh, he's the Calibre guy. He's the creator of the Kitty Terminal and Calibre. Join the cult. Praise the COVID. COVID Goyle. I forgot about that. That's a funny name. I have a friend, my friend, who emailed me that joke earlier. He's a big fan of Calibre. Or at least he uses it. I don't want to say he's a big fan of it. But Calibre does do everything, but I have not looked at the code, but it really feels like it's poorly written or inefficiently written. It definitely does everything I've ever needed to do with it. It does, but it is such a massive package, Chris says, has the filioque informed your choice on Orthodoxy at all? If rejecting it is important to you, can you explain your thoughts on it? Well, not super important. I mean, I know some Orthodox people will be like, oh, here's why it's theologically important, and, there are all these downstream effects, but I mean, my way of looking at it is, firstly, even if the filioque, the use of it, is improper, that in itself was not enough to cause the schism of the Western Church. That's really not, like, I look at the Western Church becoming its own thing, or just kind of abandoning the faith when it was engulfed in scholasticism, which scholasticism, while purporting to be this very patristic thing, is very anti-patristic. I mean, it's not patristic. It's source-based. It's text-based. It's like, let's make up a theological system, and that eclipses, I don't know, the traditions and the patristics of the church. That's more important than the filioque in itself. Obviously, there were people in the West using the filioque, mind you, maybe having a more orthodox interpretation of it, but saying it in the creed for hundreds of years without, the East saying these guys are just terrible for doing it. Now, I think nowadays, I think it would be impossible to imagine, just because it's been, like, it's an issue that's kind of done, like, we kind of know that there are problems with it, and it's universally understood in the entire Orthodox Church that, there's at least a bare minimum of this is a problematic thing because because it's something that is maybe it was used by the Frankish court to drive a wedge between the papacy and the East and the politics of the Byzantine Empire. You can say all that kind of stuff, but suffice it to say, I don't think it's proper. Like if you are asking the hypothetical of, could a Roman Catholic, let's say Roman Catholic bishop wants his congregation to be received into the Orthodox Church, can they continue to use the filioque? No. I would say that would probably be the universal response because, like, again, we've done this issue. But let's see. Excuse me. Oh, I totally lost that. But I don't think it in itself. I don't believe it in itself is the driver of the schism, unless you really want to make this argument that it causes some kind of intellectual downstream effects on the scholastic movement and the kind of change of faith that happened, after the Gregorian reform. I view those as more substantial. Maybe the filioque was an issue that became important, but ultimately without it, I absolutely believe there still would have been a schism, almost identical to the one, that we've had. So that's what I would say. But no, it hasn't informed my decision. Obviously there are saints who, let's say, don't defend the use of, we'll say defend the inclusion of it in the creed as a thing that is not actively heresy. Let's say Maximus the Confessor, when he was, persecuted and went to Rome, and Rome during the Acacian Schism? Am I getting the wrong? Either way, when Rome was kind of the bastion of Orthodoxy for that brief period where, the East tried to acquiesce to the Monophysites, Maximus the Confessor would argue not that the filioque is something good or something proper or traditional, but he said their understanding that they had back then, not the, later, the Florentine interpretation of it, is at least not wild heresy, and it's okay to do it, so, but still, it is an innovation of the creed. It's not like a good thing, so, that's a little too much talking on something that, it's important, but okay, Nick says, are there any places in continental Europe worth visiting that aren't overrun with tourists? Mainly interested in Italy and Spain, but I'm open to other countries as well. I'm sure any country, I think on my site I list out the countries I've been to. I've been to a couple in the Balkans. They were nice. There weren't many, Montenegro. It's like just across the river from Italy. It has a lot of the same climate. Except for maybe even nicer. It has like all these mountains on the side of the sea, and it just has nice climate. And I'm sure it's cheaper than doing tourist stuff in Italy, but I think in any country, even if it's Italy or Spain, going into a sufficiently rural place is going to get you, you're going to have a nice experience. Luke, Mateo says, Luke, since you were gone, me and my wife had 2 more children on top of our girls' twins. God bless you. Thank you. Congratulations. Daniel says, Christ is risen. Truly he's risen. Taglia says, mi profeta favorito. Thank you. Or are you talking about someone else? Powerful aura. Since becoming Orthodox, do you have any thoughts on balancing pro-kin nationalism with universalism? P.S. Your said tutorial helped me advance my scripting. I don't think it's like a big issue, honestly. Like, I think a lot of people get psyoped by... No, actually, like, nearly none. Like, Orthodoxy is not in a sense, it's a universal faith. It's for everyone. But it heals all people. It heals all races. Different races have different issues. And the Christ's faith heals them all, and they make them who they're really supposed to be. And I think if we were in a place where, this doesn't mean that you're not being pro-kin, or listen, people naturally live near people like them. But the church also encourages us, or not encourages us, but it gives us the repertoire and a similarity with people we're not similar to. That doesn't mean we're not pro-kin, or we're not pro, nationalism is a very political word, but like we don't care principally for our own families and our own people. So I just don't really find a contrast with there at all. I don't think that's an issue. Or there is a aspect, like Orthodoxy it doesn't have the disease of this idea that all people are the same. They're all every person is a unique issue. Every person has unique passions, and there are different nations, there are different races that have their own passions. And again, the church heals them all. So that's what I would say to that. I don't view it. There's never a point where I'm like, oh, I want to take my people's side against the church, because there's never a conflict, I guess I could say. That's what I don't know. So it's hard to explain. I understand, before you're starting out, if you're Especially if you're one of these guys who wants, I want to giga-based, I want to do base stuff. I don't want to be believe cuck stuff. I mean, like, maybe it's true, but blah blah blah. It's just not an issue. That's all I can say. Let me see. Neo Rothbardian again says, why do many atheists still assume that theists are less intelligent than they are? Normies lack expertise and aren't well placed to judge others' intelligence. How do you explain their arrogance? That's just how it is. It's really just a failure to see other people's perspective. And, like, you view, obviously, people look at others in just a very uncharitable way, wherein, like, you just assume the worst of everyone. Like, you just assume that, everyone's just, like, for them it might be every religious person is like the worst religious person I've seen, so, or the dumbest one, let's say. Okay, Victor sends in $3. Thoughts on Western Rite Orthodoxy? That's a good question. It's kind of a difficult question to answer because you kind of have to be there. So I think, in principle, is there anything wrong with different rites in the Orthodox Church? No, not at all. Oh, I realize my camera's out of sync. Excuse me. Let me start that. How do I do this? I was doing this all last time, and now it's just off. I'll get back to the question. Just 1 second. Okay. This might keep it synced for a second. Okay, so thoughts on Western Rite Orthodoxy from Vector. Yeah, good question. And, like, there's kind of a superficial question if you aren't in the game, and then there's, like, a deeper answer to that is maybe a little different. So the superficial answer is there's nothing in principle wrong with Western Rite Orthodoxy. There's nothing wrong with multiple. Obviously, the Church has historically had many different liturgical rites, many different calendars in a sense. Like, not everyone's on a totally different calendar, but like, and over time, it's almost like it's kind of an accident of history, but it's kind of, it was kind of like the policy of the Roman Empire to, at least in the East, that, nowadays all Orthodox churches use like the liturgy of John Chrysostom on any given day, which was the rite that was popular in Constantinople, right? Historically, before that, of course, you had many different rites, and there's nothing wrong with them. There's nothing wrong with Western rite. So there's nothing wrong with any of these kind of things, right? So anyone who says that, there's something deficient per se about a historical rite is, I think they're going, and there might be some niceties that Byzantine rite has. I think actually Byzantine rite is the most complex, beautiful thing, but there are other like historical rites that aren't even practiced. Like, let's say here's an example. Actually, I was reading this just last night. Maybe I can find the exact page. It's really interesting. Oh, yeah. So like, hopefully that bookmark was in the right page. I'm gonna talk about this after I answer your question. Actually, I'll do that in a second. But okay, so what's the more complicated issue? Like, what's the more, again, Western Rite Orthodoxy, in principle, that's great. It's a great idea. There's nothing wrong with it. But I will say, in practice, there are some people that are very skeptical about it, and I will at least explain why that is. So the thing is, Western Rite Orthodoxy, as I said before, if there are two options, really. Either people want to be Western Rite because they come from, like, an Anglican church, Episcopal, whatever, or they want to be Western Rite because they're Roman Catholics. They want to have some kind of Catholic-like thing, okay? So there are two kind of options. So here's the problem with both of those things. I said this earlier, the Reformation, like the English church, quote-unquote, the Episcopal church, which isn't Orthodox at all, is a highly mutilated tradition. It is not the historical tradition that has been kept on since before the Reformation and before the Schism and all this kind of stuff. It doesn't have, like, in the same way, like, if you're an Orthodox church, you're doing an Orthodox liturgy, you have certain variable prayers, you have certain, or I was talking about rood screens, for example. Rood screens were used liturgically all the time. Like, during Lent, you would put a veil over the rood screen. That during Palm Sunday, it would be, during a certain gospel reading, which I think is about the veil in the temple, it would be ripped or opened up, right? There are practices of this historical kind of Orthodox Western rite that have just died in history, that just don't exist. So the thing that an Anglican is familiar with, or the thing even a Roman Catholic, even even one that's using the pre-Vatican II liturgy, they're not like actually the full thing. Like there's nothing in principle wrong with having like a thing that is modeled off the Western Rite, but it is in a sense a LARP. Like we're trying to reconstruct this thing that historically did die out. Like it did, or it got replaced by a mutilated version. I think that's the problem. So a lot of people are skeptical of Western Rite Orthodoxy for that reason. Not that, we're recreating stuff, but if we are recreating stuff, why stop then? Why don't we just say, I'm role playing as some kind of Celtic, I have Celtic ancestry, so I really want to do like the the rite of Celtic Christians before more Roman practices came to Ireland or Britain or whatever. Like if you're doing that, you're kind of in this weird position where it's like, now I'm just coming up with a liturgical rite out of nowhere, or you're real. I shouldn't say out of nowhere, but I should say people have this decision. What kind of thing do I want to see when I go to church? And that's wrong. Like that's very wrong, And I'm all for going to Western Rite parishes if they're there. Like if the closest parish to me was Western Rite, I'd go to it. No, there's nothing wrong with it. But I will say why people are sometimes critical of Western Rite Orthodoxy is because they're worried that it's almost like this like other flavor you can get if you want something a little exotic, right? And that's not very. The Orthodox liturgy, no matter what rite it is in, no matter what language it's in, it's for everyone. It is absolutely for everyone. And, I don't think we need to be in this position where people are saying, what church, which valid Orthodox church do I kind of like most? I like this different rite that does things significantly differently. Even the fact, obviously, that we have different jurisdictions in America, which is a canonical accident really after the Bolshevik Revolution. Even that is it's uncanonical. It shouldn't be that way. Like we don't want to have too much choice. Pick and choosy kind of stuff. So let's see. Jordan says, have you read any Paul Kingsnorth? Orthodox guy, wrote Against the Machine. Had my local non-fic book club read it to smuggle in discussion of Uncle Ted's sentiments in a safe container. I liked it. I've never heard of him. Paul Kingsnorth. I'm going to write that down just in case. Paul Kingsnorth. Let me say actually... Okay. I wanted to read from this book about like historical rites. Just one. So this is The Shape of the Liturgy by Gregory Dix, who actually was like kind of a conservative Anglican that wanted to, reestablish communion with Rome. And this is actually I know Orthodox priests that have this on their bookshelf. It's a very nice book. It's on the development of the liturgy, and there's just a lot of detail about different liturgical rites. But I want to say, so he mentions like in Spain, or was it the Mozarabic rite? So I don't know. I'm just going to do it from memory. I'm not going to read from this. But he talks about the fact, like just as an example of one kind of unique rite, is usually when you're getting close to the words of consecration, when you have the anaphora and all that kind of stuff, you pretty much say the same thing. It's the same thing every day. Well, the Mozarabic rite, or maybe it was the Galician rite, maybe that was it. On special days, whether it's Theophany, Epiphany, whatever, Dormition, I don't know, a holiday, Palm Sunday, you would have a special, I think it's anaphora, I forget exactly, but part of the core prayers of the liturgy would be significantly different. You would say, "Oh, Christ who, rode upon a colt and came into the city," and you would have like, and you have a little bit of that in obviously in the Byzantine rite and, the Roman rite as well, as so far as it remains. But it was a lot more extreme in that, like, more core prayers were, had variable portions, which is kind of interesting. All right, let's see. So I read Victor. Let's see. So Hampus says, thoughts on Fuentes. Sorry, I don't... Fuentes I know exists. I want to say there's something like worrisome I saw him say or do. Like maybe he was like too positive of like Trump in the Venezuela thing. I don't know if I might have just seen a clip out of context or like him making a joke, but that didn't sound very good. But I don't know. I don't keep up with him. I don't watch him. But I mean, I've known he's existed since, he started doing his stuff. Like, I've been peripherally aware of him. I have a lot of friends who listen to him. I guess I have. I don't want to say a lot of friends. I know people who regularly listen to him. But, I've never done it myself. But, Harley says, it's good to see and hear from you. Thoughts on Bill Mounce's biblical Greek books? I have a whole set of them I want to dive into. Additionally, what are your thoughts on the coherence-based genealogical method in text crit? I think I don't want to step over myself. I think I know what you're talking. I'm not entirely sure I know what you mean by coherence-based genealogical method in textual criticism. I think I know what you're talking about. I want to say one of my friends who's in he's in a PhD program right now. He was talking to me about it, saying you would really like it, but he explained it. But he might have been talking about something else. So I don't want to mouth off as if I know exactly what you're talking about. But if it is what I think it is, I have a positive view of it insofar that I'm gonna Wikipedia this just for a second. It gives me an excuse to drink something. Yeah, I don't know. I can't tell you what. I'm not sure it is what I'm thinking about. So I don't know what it is. But yeah, and I don't know Bill Mounce either. Let me see. Well, actually, I might know his books. Let's see. I might see the cover and I'll be like, yes, I know those books for Greek. Looks like it's written by a Protestant. I'm not saying that's bad because he's a Protestant, like, theologically, but that just doesn't bode well because it's probably made for, like, Bible colleges and it's probably not actually good for learning. That's all I can say. I think when it comes to Greek, there's a whole lot of, like, really terrible books that are written for like Bible college, like Protestant low church Bible colleges, and they're just not serious enough to actually teach you the language. Like I actually have, where is it? I have some like bad books. I don't want to call them bad. My mom got me them when I was a kid. Where are they? Like, this is super. It's like things like this. It's just like Koine Greek. It's super basic. Like, I'm opening this to halfway through the book, and it's talking about articles. It's like, here's the articles for the first time. You can't even see that. So I think I would more gravitate to books that are written by maybe academics, or in my case, I mean, I might have said this, but like, I learned Greek really from... I'll show you how I learned Greek. I'll be right back. Hold on. Yeah, around that time, when, I started learning Latin, I expressed to my parents I want to learn Greek. So they got me those books, which aren't super good, but they got me this, and I love this. This is the book that I've probably read the most of my life. It is a parallel New Testament. It's just a reprint of an old book. And I love this thing because I knew Latin. I'm not assuming that you know Latin, but I'm just describing how I learned it. So you have the Latin text and the Greek text, and really, I would use books like that to learn superficial things about, here are how the articles work, here's how you decline stuff. I already know the grammar of Latin. Adding on that stuff, which is kind of superficial. I mean, the real problem with books like that, just to be clear, is they don't have good exercises in them. And so if you can just read the book and you not learn and there's no it doesn't give you any kind of motivation or it's not even a motivation thing. They don't give you the opportunity to actually play with the words you're using, therefore you will never memorize them. Let me give you a counterexample of a good book. Let me tell you how to actually choose a good book for learning a language. Okay, so here, this is John DeFrancis's Beginning Chinese Reader. Actually, he has two things. Hold on. This is for the characters of Chinese. This is for the actual spoken language of Chinese. I'm just going to use the character book just as an example. Okay, so we're going to do this together. Let me just skip. I'll just show you. Hold on. All right. Okay, so here's lesson 1. All you do in lesson 1 is you learn these 10 characters. Okay? Oh, run, that means man. Dao, that means knife. Li, that means strength or power. Okay. Simple enough. Now then, at the end, they give you what will become exercises. So you learn the character da, which means big, and dao, which means knife. So da dao is big knife, right? You learn the character nu, which means woman, and ran, that means man. So now you know nu ran, which is woman. Or Run Li, which is man power, literally, meaning what you think it means. Or Shangkou, mountain pass, literally mountain mouth. So what it's doing is it's taking some information you're learning and it's recombining it in ways. So if you go further on, and this is not about Chinese, this is just this book, it'll give you the 10 words, okay? In every chapter, they only give you 10 characters. This is a great example for any other language as well, okay? Then they give you exercises wherein you use these characters that you have learned. Oh, and also they give you what I showed you before, where they give you here's how to combine these new characters. You just learned 10 characters, but actually you learn those 10 characters and 19 more, sorry, this is not focused, 19 more expressions, right? Then you use them all. You have all these exercises. You can just read this at your own leisure, and you are internalizing, and this is pages and pages of reading for you, okay? And this, by the time you're done with that, you know all of those words, okay? And then you go on to the next one. So that is a fantastic example of a well-written language book, and that's how they should be. It should not be you yapping for forever about, and mind you, Chinese is a very different language from English, right? They're not yapping about grammar. I mean, they tell you the grammatical essentials, but they really show you them. That's more important. And you have lots and lots of examples and time to play with what you're actually working with. So that's why it's actually just, you didn't expect you'd see you'd be checking out a Chinese learning book today, did you? I don't think you thought that. But let's see. Yeah, Chinese Spy confirmed. Another good example of a book, a language learning book. Let's see. Where is it? I have a really good book for learning Gothic that I really liked. I just want to talk about it for a second. Shoot. Maybe it's not that important. Maybe God has hidden it because maybe there's more important stuff to talk about now. But I have a good Gothic book that just does the same thing. Okay. Temple OS XYZ says, I was literally just reading your article on this on your site. That's funny. Yeah. Okay. Oliver says, curious about your thoughts on people who say that some of the rituals and traditions of Orthodoxy are perhaps influenced by other religions of the time. Not that Christianity is wrong in any sense, but some of the extra stuff not explicitly in the New Testament could be from elsewhere. I mean, there's always cultural background and stuff going on. I mean, nothing essential to the Christian faith is taken from other religions. Like the core, I mean, like, let's say Protestants or atheists will try to argue these kind of things. They'll say like, well, maybe the Eucharist is similar to some kind of Mithraic bull killing or something that existed like sometime in the 2nd century or whatever. And it's like, no. I mean, like, the essentials, no. But of course, like, the cultural background is everywhere. I mean, like, people understand. I mean, like, just as an example, obviously in the Orthodox faith, we have, I mean, Christ, of course, gave his disciples the power to bind and loose, the power to remit sins, all these kind of, you know, the spiritual powers, the powers of the episcopacy, really. They ordained the first bishops, right? Now, in the church, and we read about this in the New Testament, there's a point where the apostles decide, okay, yeah, we have apostles, but really, you know, what become bishops, the overseers, as Protestant translations have it, but it's important to remember they are sacramental. They have a power that other people don't have. They have that ability to remit sins. They have that ability to bind and loose, to consecrate the Eucharist, these kind of things. But either way, there's a point where the apostles decide we are going to designate people we call deacons, and they're going to have a certain liturgical and a social and administrative function. And presbyters as well, or priests, you know. And some people have argued, let's say, there's a tripartite, you know, clergy division in the early Christian church of deacons, priests, bishops, which, I mean, obviously the Orthodox Church, this is the Orthodox Church, so it has it. And that's analogous to the Jewish temple having like a high priest, presbyteroi as well, elders, it's literally the same word, and Levites, right? Those are equivalent to the bishop, priests, and deacons, right? Now, you could say something like that, like maybe that influenced the apostles' thinking or something like that, and maybe there are other things as well where, you know, obviously Christians start to use some pagan terms to refer to, like in the Bible, you'll hear them called apostles or episcopi, you know, like bishops, or presbytery, you know, priests. You'll hear these terms used. But later on, people start using terms like the Greek word, you know, like related to hieros, like where it's like, you know, it's priest. It's a different word for priest that's used. Like pagans use that. I mean, it literally means like a holy person, you know, holy doer, you know, whatever. So, like, there are some times where you'll have some linguistic effect, or people will borrow terms, or, I mean, but in general, like, frankly, the distinctives of the Orthodox Church, like, if you're a Protestant, and the things that look weird to you that are in the Orthodox Church, those are just original. They're frankly just not borrowed from paganism. I mean, like, this is me trying to think up something that, like, pagan practices has influenced the church, but honestly, like, there's nothing substantial. Like, there's nothing, like, really, other than, I don't know, like, I can't even think of a good example of something like that. It's really easy to see. I mean, I use the example of, you know, the Jewish temple. Yeah, maybe that influenced the hierarchy of priests and stuff like that. And yeah, maybe people use terms that are used in the pagan world, but no, ultimately, like, the centrality of the Eucharist and all that kind of stuff is not a pagan thing. There are people who will say it's analogous to mystery rites, you know, that have, you initiate people into the church by baptism, by the laying on of hands, or chrismation. Well, look, there are these other mystery rites that have initiation rites. Okay, well, that's true, but that's also, like, that's part of the faith. Like, it's not like we made up baptism. You know, it's not like, I mean, and Protestants have it too, obviously, you know. So, yeah, I can't really think of a good example of that. I don't think there's, and ultimately there's not really. It's important. I do want to just talk a little bit. Hold on, 1 second. Just 1 second. So he did say. Yeah, here we are. One thing about Oliver, the comment you made, I want to kind of correct a mindset here. Reading your last sentence, not that Christianity is wrong in any sense, but that some of the extra stuff, not explicitly in the New Testament, could be from elsewhere. So it's important. I'm guessing that maybe you're a Protestant, or maybe you just kind of have a Protestant way of kind of looking at things. And I say that because, like, the Bible, like the New Testament, is not meant to be the sole guide of the church. It just isn't. The church is the pillar and ground of truth. The New Testament is not. It's not that. It doesn't say that. It's the New Testament are the holy liturgical writings, the Gospels, the pinnacle of everything, and then the epistles of Paul and the other apostles. These are some of the greatest writings of the church. The most important, surely, that we read in every liturgy, but we don't create our religion reading the things in the New Testament. There are a lot of true and valid traditions of the church that go right back to Christ that are not detailed in the New Testament. They might not even be mentioned in the New Testament. There are lots of things like that. And there might be things in the New Testament that we don't consider. We, meaning not just Orthodox Christians, but even a Protestant or someone else, doesn't consider, oh no, let's say Paul randomly alludes to the practice of baptism for the dead. People debate about what exactly that means or something like that. He doesn't say do this, he just says there are people who do this, right? Now, no Orthodox Christian believes in baptism for the dead. No Protestant believes in baptism for the dead. Well, I guess Mormons have their own, like they read this passage and they made something up based on that. But that's an example of just because something's in the New Testament does not mean it is a true Catholic, universal, Orthodox practice. It might just be something that's happening. It might be, in the early days there are variations of how the Eucharist is done that aren't exactly like a modern Eucharist. Like there might be actually this book, Shape of the Liturgy, talks about some of that kind of stuff. I'm not going to get that much into it, but things are different, but they're not, the substance of everything is, it is what it is. So let's see. Sorry, I'm going to reload an email. Give me a second. All right. Balin says, I disagree with your generalization of video games. While I agree that some are foolish wastes of time, many can also be appreciated for their own artistic merit or social utility. Yeah, well, the thing is, art can be anything. You just have to... there can be beauty everywhere, but is the beauty leading you to do something bad? That's the question there. I do agree that video games can have social utility. And I mean that in the sense of, if you're at a party, and I don't think there's anything wrong with guys playing Super Smash Brothers, or I don't know, whatever, Mario Kart, or, whatever, some kind of social game to kind of have fun. I don't think there's anything degenerate about that, but we all know that's not how video games are used. Well, even then it might be suspect, because it's like, ooh, here's this little temptation I have. Just as an example from me, a couple years ago, we would play at Linux Fest. We'd play some free and open source software games. We'd play, I think I mentioned in the last one, Zero AD. It's like one of those Age of Kings, not clones, but something similar to it. Well, I didn't play that game ever, and then I played it at Linux Fest. But then, me playing it socially with everyone, now I'm like, oh yeah, maybe I'll bust it out, and I'll play. And for a period of a month or two, I would play it every once in a while, wasted time. It was a waste of time. And again, there can be beauty, there can be artistic beauty there. There can be artistic beauty in advertisements for Coke. Okay, there can be artistic beauty anywhere. So, and beauty is good wherever it is, but you need to be careful about whether it's leading you to something bad. In which case, I guess you could say maybe it is a bad thing, but I'm just saying in itself, Okay. Hampus says, my main reason for being attracted to Orthodoxy is the doctrines of predestination and Protestantism, and the order of Augustine, like the Pope, seeming obviously informal to me. Order of Augustine, like the Pope. Is this a dumb reason to be Orthodox? I don't really know what you mean there. The Order of Augustine, like the Pope. I'm not quite sure what you mean there. I mean, well, I will say, like, if you're talking about, like, you're drawn away from Protestantism or Catholicism for something kind of, bad there. I mean, that's fine in itself, but eventually you will, hopefully be drawn to Christ for, what he is. Like, that happens. I mean, all of us are like that. Like, frankly, a lot of us, a lot of people, they go to Protestant churches and they realize, oh, this kind of feels off. I mean, I was that way when I was a kid, even when I was a very loyal young Baptist. Like, that's how things are, like you're drawn into this world, but at the same time, you kind of feel, oh, there's some things about it that are kind of questionable, So that in itself isn't bad. It's a good thing. Like, your soul is detecting kind of weirdness. Like, yeah, predestination or double Calvinistic predestination, like unconditional election. Those are like, it's a weird thing to say that God does that. I mean, the thing is, like, especially with Calvinism, back in the day, you had Gnostics who basically believed, like, an evil, degenerate God created the world, right? And they thought, like, oh, well, he's bad, we want to worship the true God. Sometimes Calvinists, they have this, like, almost, like, evil view of God. But unlike the Gnostics, at least, didn't want to worship the evil God. The Calvinists, they'll say this, I don't know. They almost, like, glory in the idea that, like, God is he doesn't want everyone to be saved. Like, that's, which of course is not, it's not Christianity. I don't want to say everyone who's a Calvinist is just, without any reality, but, like, they might. The essential distinctives of Calvinism obviously are very evil. Henry sends in $5 saying, "You wouldn't be so tough in 0 AD without your beloved elephants." Yep. Yeah, that's right. I play the Indians in 0 AD. Actually, yeah. So, no, I'm not going to talk about this game. I'm not going to talk about it. I'm not going to preach, don't play video games, and then talk about a video game. Even though I don't think, did we play that? Oh, I didn't go to Linux Fest last year. Yeah, I was like, did I play that last year? And I think the year before, I was like, I'm playing too much video games. I just want to hang out with people. Okay, I'm going to look at Super Chats. I've been looking at my own things. Luke, opinion on LLPSI, Lingua Latina per se illustrata. I'm the guy that everyone knows about that because of, I don't know. There's that other Luke. There's the Latin Luke on YouTube who does Latin stuff. Although I don't know why, I forget his actual channel name. I forget what it is. You guys can post it in the chat. I won't see it, but, he goes by Lucius, which I think it's weird. His name is Luke. Go by Lucas. That's literally what it is. All right. Neo Rothbardian. Why does Orthodoxy and Catholics to some extent place so much emphasis on beauty, ritual, and discipline? Things Protestants seem to forget. And how did these actually transform a person over time? Well, I think those things are good, like beauty, discipline, ritual to a degree. Depends on what you mean by ritual. I think from the outside of Protestantism looking in, someone looks at Protestantism and they say, why do these people believe in ugliness? Like, why did you go to one of their churches and it looks like a factory? Why is it so unserious? So, like, why do Protestants talk to God in a way so casual and dismissive that they would be embarrassed to talk to their boss that way? Like, when you look at it that way, I mean, it's really Protestants, especially these low church. I'm talking about these low church evangelicals, especially, but, like, that's kind of weird. Like, that's a thing that, like, if you believe that God is truly, if Christ is God, why do you talk about him like he's your buddy? He's your Lord. That's the word the New Testament uses for Christ. That's the word that you use if you're a serf talking to a master, So it's not really, we place a lot of emphasis on beauty. I mean, beauty is good. Beauty, is a part of life. Some churches aren't beautiful, churches I've been to, they're not amazingly beautiful. Some of these little mission parishes that are in a shopping center, it's nothing like amazing sometimes, but Like, there's still something good in that. So, and yeah, discipline is part of salvation. I will say that. Like, discipline, learning to overcome your passions, and sometimes that is standing in a service where you want to be a little lazy. There's a part of that. And ritual, obviously, God wants ritual. God, like, read the Old Testament. He wants, he's very particular about the kind of worship he wants. And that didn't just magically stop when Christ fulfilled the Old Testament, That's not to say that it's all serious and no fun and games and all this kind of stuff, but like it's not even, I just think like the phrasing of the question is kind of weird. I don't think it's that we put emphasis on beauty or ritual discipline. I think it's just, these are naturally good things. Ritual, of course, has a negative connotation if you like, I don't know, like I can imagine, someone using that to mean something bad, but, I don't know. Chan the Man says, post cooking videos from the website recipes. Yeah, good idea, but I probably won't do that. Which I haven't. People email me every once in a while, when are you going to put up more recipes? People they have all these pull requests, but it's like, I don't know. I don't want to think about it. Other people have forked base.cooking and done stuff with it. I know there's like some kind of, I don't want to say it's like Foss cooking, maybe it is something like that. And then there's one of the Ray Pete guys. There's a site that's like Recipeats, that's like a fork of based cookings, but it's all like, pro-metabolic kind of stuff, which is, it's nice. It's nice to see people use it, so I'm glad about that. But MST says, is Debian really the best choice for a server, or is that just a Reddit meme? I'm more comfortable with Artix, so a bit reluctant to try something different. I use Debian for all my servers. It's very, you never have to worry about it. Occasionally, obviously, on my main machines, I might have some kind of breakage, especially with Artix. I think even if you were using Arch, that wouldn't be a big deal, but Artix is a little more, they got a smaller team, and like they miss some things every once in a while, or every once in a while an update will mess things up. Debian, though, is super consistent. I think Arch, there are big advantages to using Arch, but I think for a normal website, I think Debian suffices, and most documentation for stuff, if you're looking to install stuff, is going to be for Debian. So, I like Debian, using it for that. Henry says, best book on church history in your opinion. I don't know, Eusebius. I can't recommend. Oh, I haven't even talked about the big project. Oh, I was gonna talk the big Oh man, there's this. It's one of the reasons I wanted to do this stream, and I've just been like responding to comments. It's gonna have to be another streamer video. Okay, I'm just gonna do it separately. Whatever. I have this fun project that me and a friend or two are kind of cooking up, and it's gonna be an excellent site that is very usable, and it has everything in it. That's all I can describe. It's just an excellent resource. But best book on church history, I don't know. Single book, I don't know. I would just say read older stuff. Don't read modern stuff. You can read some modern stuff. Like, I don't know. I read the prologue. I mean, that's written in the 1800s. That makes it modern. But that's not church history. That's just Lives of the Saints. Hamis Pard, or maybe it's Hamis Pard. I don't know which language or how to divide those words. My brain isn't working right now. Europeans won't have a homeland if we don't do something about the inflow that is forced on us. That has been forced on us under the guise of democracy by our political class. Well, yes, that's true. Let's see. What do you think about people who clip your videos and upload them on their channel? Do you authorize it? No, I've never authorized something like that. I don't mind if people do that. Like, I mean, maybe if someone like did it to make something look stupid or whatever, I mean, like YouTube has this thing that is automatically like checking videos for if there's like copyright or people are uploading your stuff. So there's a tab I can click on and see all those, but I've never like deleted. Like, maybe if there's something people are using in a very bad way, I would say I don't want it, but like if people just upload my stuff, I don't mind that so much. It doesn't bother me. I mean, maybe if it went super viral, I'd have some FOMO about it, and but whatever. It's still me. I'm a very public domain kind of guy. I know not everything I do is technically released in the public domain, including my YouTube videos, but for the most part, I think it's kind of stupid that people are almost territorial. Like, if you take my articles on my website and do your own rendition of them, talk about similar topics, I'm not territorial about that. I'm very glad that people, I don't know, it's just weird how, I don't know, copyright has people having these delusions of like, I'm going to make a bunch of money from what I do. What? You're taking my idea. Oh, you're taking my writing. Oh, that's, and the only thing I'm really worried about is like if people, maybe I'm not worried about copyright at all. I'm more worried about like slander or misuse of something I might say or do. But I like it when people upload, stuff that just is repeating what I'm saying. It's fine. I actually do kind of wonder, like, even aside from, I do wonder sometimes, like, how much of an effect have I had on other people on, like, let's say, the other big names, like, I'm not that big of a name. I've never really tried to do a YouTube thing, you know what I mean? But, like the big idea leaders, because I know a lot of them do watch me, okay? But I just kind of wonder how much of an effect, people made the joke, like, oh, there's a pretty good chance PewDiePie has watched your video. Well, actually, that's not a joke. It's just kind of a comment. Like, because he got into, like, a Linux rising or stuff. And he has some really nice-looking stuff. He actually cares about how things look, unlike me. But, I was like, yeah, PewDiePie's probably seen my videos. I mean, he's retired or whatever. But it's funny to think, are some other things I say or do? Let's say, does he watch my other videos? Has he seen other stuff we talk about here? If PewDiePie converts to Orthodoxy, I think we'll know. But otherwise, but yeah, there are a lot of other guys who I'm aware of that watch me. But come visit the Balkans. Macedonia has around 2,000 churches and monasteries, including a monastery from the 11th century that has frescoes that inspired Renaissance art. Church of the Saint Pantaleon. Well, funnily enough, I've been to the Balkans and I've been to Macedonia. So I've been to Skopje. I stayed there a couple days when I was in the Balkans. That was like a spontaneous trip, actually. Although my time there, well, it was a nice place, but it was pretty miserable because it was so hot. It was probably like 110 degrees Fahrenheit. It was the hottest like I've ever, I don't know, actually been in. I've lived in Tucson. I've lived like in like the desert. Like I've lived in hot places, but like that was like the most. And I actually I have an acquaintance friend, I guess, who oh yeah, he's a friend. Who am I kidding? Who was in the military in Macedonia for a while, and he really liked it. But yeah, I mean I liked it. It was Skopje was nice, but it wasn't like, I don't know. My experience was just kind of hampered from the weather, but. It's not always like that. It just was like a freak heat wave or something. History of Religious Ideals by Mircea Eliade. Have you read it, Luke? No, I haven't. Will you ever bring back your podcast, Not Related? I don't know. It all depends on if I ever just sit down and talk at a microphone without video for a while. I will put it up and I will call it Not Related, because that's what Not Related is. Really, I'm just staying on topic. That's the... And then two guys said this to that with many thumbs up. So I know. But the thing is, like, yeah, really, it's just a live stream that I keep on topic and I don't have, I don't know, interaction or videos or something like that. Actually, I was looking back at Not Related and I really kind of regret, what I did. Like, this made sense when I started, but like, I do half of it and then I kind of take a break and I'd read donations and then I'd do the other half. And that was partially because it's kind of difficult, or at least it was for me back then, to just talk in a microphone for, a full hour and a half. Now I feel like I could easily do it and even stay on the same topic. But, back then, but either way, now I look at like the donation time as being almost dead time, so I feel like I shouldn't have done that. So I think if I do it again, it'll be, maybe I'll do it at the end. Chan says, thoughts on David Green, the distributist. I'm aware of his YouTube channel. I want to say he watches me. I feel like I know that, but I don't know. Does he still post stuff? I've never like watched it, but I've seen it. I've like run across it. Oliver responds saying, interesting, you're correct on your Protestant read. I would bet these ideas come from my implicit background with sola scriptura. Probably spelling that wrong, lol. Yeah. He did say solo with the O, but maybe he means... Sometimes people say that to mean something a little more extreme, but... Okay, I think I actually caught up on donations. I can relax a little bit. All right, I might... Okay, I'm just going to double check. I'm going to take a brief break. Just for a couple minutes, but I'm actually going to check something online. I just want to make sure the... Actually, I'll look at the normal chat. Give me a second. Okay, I see that someone sent in a Bitcoin donation, like $5. I don't see... Oh, it's unconfirmed. Okay, someone probably just sent it, so I haven't gotten the email. That's what I was worried about, like those things being broken. Okay, I'm going to look at the normal chat. Okay. When it loads. Which eventually it will. Okay. Tom says, Anglo-Catholicism is the closest Western equivalent to Eastern Orthodoxy. Steel man this view. Meaning, like, defend it or I'm always... When people use the expression steel man, do you mean, like, make a good argument for it or, you know, argue competently against it? You can mean both. Because it's like, kind of... Hold on. Let me just... 1 second, and I'll respond to that. Yeah, I mean, in terms of action, that might be the case, but, I mean, ultimately, the most important aspect of Orthodoxy is actual Eucharistic union with the Orthodox Church. So, you know, you can look at Anglo-Catholics and say, and I actually agree with that sentiment, where it's like, oh, yes, these people are very, very close, like, you know, like they could be received into the Orthodox Church pretty easily, from what I understand. And again, like this book I just was talking about, it's written by functionally an Anglo-Catholic, right? I think technically an Anglo-Catholic. And he took monastic vows and stuff. But so I don't disagree with that, but ultimately the most important thing is that you are within the communion of the actual Orthodox Church. Doesn't matter if you're getting... I mean, just as an example, you know, let's say the so-called evangelical Orthodox, right? I don't know if people know the story of them, but I'll tell it briefly. During the 60s and 70s, when, you know, all the more absurdities were being piled on to American Protestantism, all the goofy Jesus movement and all this kind of stuff, there was a group of Protestants who really wanted to rediscover the historic church. And they read and they studied and they went to different places and they learned different things. And as time went on, their Sunday services became play acting a liturgy, okay? They started doing the liturgy of John Chrysostom. Obviously, they don't have real priests or bishops that have apostolic succession, but they had leaders in their church that all got together and they all said, well, we don't know how to get the gift of ordination, but we will all put our hands on each other and hopefully that'll work. And they all ordained themselves bishops, and they created what in essence was a play acting of the Orthodox Church. That's what the evangelical Orthodox were. And eventually they were in talks with originally the Patriarch of Constantinople that, to my understanding, kind of rebuffed them or didn't have time for them or something like that. But eventually the Patriarch of Antioch said, okay, this is great what you're doing. You're seeking God. We will give you valid orders. We will actually truly ordain your bishops and your priests and your deacons under our, you know, you will become true Orthodox Christians. So, and that's what happened. And now you can go, obviously, you know, in even like the Orthodox Study Bible you see people use. That's partially made from this movement, you know, like, who's it? Father Peter Gilchrist, who I think, funny, well, okay, I'll save that for later. But all that is to say, you can do things that are similar to being Orthodox, But unless you are within that Eucharistic communion, you're not really, or you're play acting it, and you might be genuinely seeking God in the case of these people, and God granted them a line into the church. And so when you look at non-Chalcedonians or Anglo-Catholics or whatever, movement that's very, very close, and we can all say people are very close, and, even in some situations you might, wonder, okay, where are the borders of the church really? But to be clear, the Great Schism is very much a schism. You can debate about when it happened, or, when it, I don't know, if there's some loss of grace in the sacraments of the West, when did that really happen? I don't know. I'm not sure. But I think, ultimately all this is to say, to be Orthodox is to be within the Orthodox Church, and Anglo-Catholics, they can do great things and say great things and write nice books like this or whatever, but what's most important is that they are unambiguously within the Orthodox Church, so anyway. Let's see. Okay, Fornost said, tried to send XMR, but my wallet isn't synced. Just sending more on YouTube instead. Anyway, oh, wait, I already read this. Do you enjoy Paul Kingsnorth's work or thoughts on Against the Machine? Didn't someone just ask that? Because I wrote down his name. I don't know if I'm reading an old one. But, yeah, I've never read him. I don't know about him. Sorry. Evangelical Orthodox came out of Campus Crusade, yeah. Yeah, I mean, it was a reaction to that kind of stuff. Half of the Jesus hippies became Calvary Chapel. The other half became Orthodox. Yeah. Not saying that Evangelical Orthodox were feds, but Campus Crusade was. I don't doubt that. I can imagine that. Hi, Luke. Would you come to Montenegro again? I'm not sure when I'll be in the Balkans in general next. I mean, Montenegro is nice. I really liked... I really wanted to go to Kotor. I never had the chance to go there. I did go to Budva, and I went to Podgorica. But yeah, I really wanted to go to Kotor. I mean, Budva is going to be similar, but like Kotor has some really nice, I don't know, vacation-y kind of places. But yeah, so I could theorize. I know that I'm talking about traveling, but it's usually for like some kind of personal quasi-business thing. So I'm not really like a big recreational traveler. I don't know if I told people why I actually took that Europe trip, but it was kind of a funny thing. It was like, it was really a relative of mine was going to Europe and asked if I wanted to come. So, okay. I said I was gonna take a break. I'm gonna maybe use a little boys' room, maybe get some more tea. I'll be right back. so ready to get back to this action-packed live stream that I didn't really fully warm the tea, so I'll deal with it. Okay, let's see. Thoughts on the relations between the current Patriarch of Constantinople and the Pope? I don't know. I don't really feel like talking about that. It's not good. It's not happy. But you know, like a lot of people, like they see too much. Well, I will say this: like when I went to Europe, you know, I usually go to a Russian Orthodox church. There's no Russians there, but you know, it's under Rokor, and so you know, when I was converting, I always had this feeling like, oh, you know, there are controversies. There's this stuff going on in Ukraine. You know, like ecclesiological. Obviously, there's the war, but like there's the schism based on the church in Ukraine, and I always had this kind of feeling that I was getting, you know, okay, I go to a Russian church, I'm probably getting like the Russian side, like the Greek side might be different, you know, the whole dispute between the Patriarch of Constantinople and Moscow, and so when I went to Greece, I was like, oh great, I'm finally going to hear the Greek side of like what they think about what Patriarch Bartholomew's doing, and you know, these kind of things happening in the church and all this kind of stuff. And long story short, every Orthodox Christian who was serious I talked to all said he's a heretic. The Patriarch Bartholomew's gone wild. Like, he's a heretic. Don't you know, whatever. We don't commemorate him at our church up north or whatever, you know. So I think the ecumenical patriarchate, you know, it's been in a weird situation for the past like 100 years, and I think for people outside the Orthodox Church, like it's, you know, it's not really worth talking about when you have a lot of non-Orthodox people here, because it'll just confuse people, because like people want simplistic stuff, like because they hear that, oh, the Patriarch of Constantinople, he's like the most important Orthodox bishop. I mean, in a sense, yes, but when you realize he doesn't really even have parishioners for the most part, like there really aren't even many Orthodox Christians under his direct jurisdiction, the perspective kind of becomes different, and you realize, like, especially with the United States always kind of playing into the dynamics there, you know, it's a hairy thing. I don't want to talk too much about it, but I will say, actually, I'm almost sympathetic, though, to the EP and his little questionable ecumenical activities with Rome, because I think when a push comes to shove, he's not going to do something crazy there, because he's not going to he's not going to lose his position in the Orthodox Church just to ingratiate himself to Rome. Like, he's just not going to do that. Like, because there's nothing to gain for him, even if he's like he doesn't care about the church and he's just doing it for his own sake. Like, there's nowhere really for him to gain from like a false union or something like that. But I mean, realistically speaking, I think he's probably just playing. I don't know fully what he's thinking. I can't really judge it, and of course, thankfully, I'm not supposed to, and I don't have to judge it. So, you know, pray for the bishops of the church. There are definitely questionable things happening in the ecumenical patriarchate. I don't think anyone denies that. The people in Greece sure didn't deny that. The people at Greek churches in America don't deny. They say, I mean, well, anyway. So that it is what it is. It's not too much for us to talk about here, though. So, come to Romania, says Johnny. We have a monastery built inside a cave circa 1508, 1509 by a Romanian ruler to hide from the Turks. Excellent. Never been to Romania, can't say. I'm going to check and see if I missed a super chat, and then I'll reload my email, check for the other donations. Let's see. Okay, yeah, good on super chats, and we might be good on... Oh, here's one. Alan says $5. Do you think alphabets and easy readability are important characteristics of a writing system for Christian liturgical use, as opposed to, say, Chinese characters? Does the difficulty of English spelling, shifting semantics, and historical disconnect mean English is over? I mean, as long as, for liturgical purposes, as long as a person can read a language, they can read a language. So it doesn't really matter if it's like Chinese characters, which are objectively like infinitely more complicated language than English is, or English versus, I don't know, some transparently spelled language like Italian, you know. For liturgical use, I don't think that makes much of a difference at all. As long as people, you know, you have a ready supply of readers who can actually read the language or sing the language, you know. You know, there are some things. Obviously, like Chinese is a tonal language, so there are certain... It's hard to do certain things melodically in Chinese that you might be able to do in Byzantine chant or something, or you know, the music that is, you know, whatever. But, you know, that's a separate issue. Neo Rothbardian, do you see an end to the Israel? Why am I saying it like I'm reading from the Psalter? Why do you do you see an end to the Israel-Palestine conflict? Do you believe the conflict in Ukraine will come to an end? Unfortunately, it's very hard to imagine a clean and non-messy end to either of those. Israel-Palestine, at this, there are really three, maybe four scenarios. I mean, A is total Zionist victory. Palestinians are all dead. They're all, you know, out of the region, and Israel is just, they take Lebanon, they take Syria, or all these countries effectively become their vassals. This is where, obviously, the U.S. is pushing things. This is what Israel wants. But I think this, I mean, if you would have asked me even a couple years ago, I would have said, oh, maybe that'll slowly happen. But now, especially given that they just lost this war with Iran, it's pretty hard for me to imagine a total Zionist victory. They're going to have to deal with like not getting absolutely everything they want, which is going to be a new thing for Zionists. Like, it's going to be a new thing. The other on the other side is total Palestinian victory, which is very hard to imagine. Obviously, they're not going to win militarily, and in fact, they probably don't even want to. They don't even have the gumption that Zionists do to totally expel their opponents from the region. Maybe they do, I don't know, but I think it's unlikely. I think most people probably just want their houses back. But I think that's very unlikely. I think what could happen is like a total collapse of the political state of Israel, and that would really only happen if you have a collapse of American support. I think as long as, you know, several years ago, what was it, like 2018, Nancy Pelosi said the quiet part out loud. You know, some of you guys might remember she said this thing like, we would rather see Washington in flames than to abandon our greatest ally, Israel. And I think that's the state of like American elected officials. That's just how it is. So, yeah, I don't know. Like, it's hard to like, within a generation, things are going to change in terms of the American electorate. And I don't mean demographic stuff. I mean even people, you know, the boomers are not going to be here forever. And the boomers are the only people who just love Zionism, you know. And when they're gone, yeah, you will have some straggling evangelicals, but not that many. Not enough to have a big democratic support for Zionism. And again, like, you know, not... So I don't know. It's hard to imagine. Like, there's just no way of this playing out in any other way than, like, the most peaceful way for this to play out right now that's most imaginable is just a long ceasefire where the Palestinians gradually, you know, come to terms with their life, and hopefully people, I don't know, there's some degree of freedom of movement and freedom that's given to them, you know, within, you know, like their lands are deoccupied, you know, the West Bank, Gaza. But it's just hard to imagine that. Like, I don't know. It's like, I don't know what God has in store, but you know, we just have to pray for that issue. Ukraine is kind of also at a standstill. Obviously, I think Russia is very slowly advancing, and America has kind of defunded Ukraine, to my understanding. But I don't know. I don't know. Both of these conflicts just almost they're becoming. I mean, the Israel issue has been chronic. I mean, it's been going on for over half a century, and I think it shows no signs of abating.
I think even if Iran, I don't know, maybe Iran could get really good concessions in this deal that they might work up. Maybe that would destroy Israel's ability to invade and bomb Lebanon at will and mess things up in Syria and all this kind of stuff. Like, if that could happen, like maybe, I don't know. Whatever. I don't know. I can't tell you. And I think anyone trying to tell you what's going to happen here, there's too many variables up in the air, you know. Fam says, question 1. Do you feel like your already existing philosophy of asceticism made you predisposed to orthodoxy? Question 2, is there a boom of educational Orthodox content on YouTube? There is a boom of educational Orthodox content on YouTube right now. Have you thought about getting in on it? So question 1, sure, in a way, like, I think a lot of my earlier life was, like, I very much grappled with the idea that, like, my desires are not always good for me. And that is something the Orthodox Church, it knows well that our desires are, you know, they're off, you know. They have been corrupted in a way and they need to be healed. So you could say that. And I think, you know, it's partially a practice of purging things that are bad from your life and stuff like that. Yeah, I could see that. So yeah, we'll say yes to question 1. Question 2, yeah, there's a boom of stuff of Orthodox content on YouTube. I don't know how fantastic it is, or you know, I haven't seen all of it. I know that there are a couple people who do good stuff. I think there's a lot of noise, and I don't mean that in a bad way, but I think unfortunately a lot of people are, I don't know. I don't want to say anything bad. I'm glad because ultimately it's leading people to the church. But I will just say it's important for people to understand that obviously the Orthodox Church cannot be represented online. Like, it's just not possible. This is not a medium that is going to give you a taste for how things are. I remember actually a little video I did, and it's funny. It's ironic, actually. No one's pointed out this, like, irony. There's a video I did that, you know, one of the ones years ago. It's like how to, you know, what is a bug man or something like that. And in the video, I lampoon people who, like, you know, on the internet, they decide that they're going to do this, that, or the other. And one of the examples I use, and I just pulled it randomly from my head. I just said, I'm pretty sure I did this in this video. I said, oh, yeah, you know, a lot of people think, you know, they can just look up stuff and, I like Eastern Orthodoxy. I'm Eastern Orthodox because I read this stuff online, you know. It's just ironic I said that, just kind of making fun of these people who, you know, have no basis and their identity is just stuff they read online. And it's important to realize, obviously, you can't just be Orthodox online. It's impossible. In fact, it's not real life anyway, so how can you be Orthodox? And of course, you can't convert, you can't call yourself Orthodox until you're actually received into the church, right? You have to, and funnily enough, the Orthodox Church knew, even though I didn't know at the time, it knew that, you know, it already knew the response to my complaint, saying, like, yeah, there's a whole process of catechesis and learning and teaching that people have to go through, usually living at least a year or so of, you know, life, you know, in liturgical life. And I don't know. So, either way, that's not me saying anything bad about the Orthodox stuff online. I think there's some that's really good. The stuff I like most is actually barely on YouTube. It's Father Cosmas's Orthodox Talks. If you don't know those, orthodoxtalks.com, or just search Orthodox Talks on YouTube. Those are the best. They're very long form for any of you guys who have lots of time, you know, where you're working on a job or doing something else, you want to listen to it in the background. That's the thing to do, Orthodox Talks. But, actually, hold on. I think someone's knocking at the door. Might have been an animal or something, but what was I going to say? So that's what I would recommend, but I will just say the Orthodox faith cannot be adequately represented online. That's all I can say. You have to do it in real life. It's a real thing. You can't fit it in internet tubes. Okay. Let me check email. I will check this stream. Luke, please come to India. Yeah, everyone's going to India now, right? It's a place to be. Did I have another? I think I had another email I had printed out right before. This is from a Jonathan. I just wanted to write you to express my appreciation for your website and your wonderful deconstruction of soy science. I found your blog and website when I was searching for examples of soyance out in the world. It's fun. That's a funny way to run across me. I read your wonderfully written article on it, and I decided I had to explore your page further. I wish I could illustrate to you my growing smile as I discovered more and more that you were not only a theist, but a Christian, and even better, a true right-believing Chalcedonian Orthodox Christian. I like how he throws in Chalcedonian. That's kind of funny. I pray the Lord blesses you with many good fruits of life, and to rejoice with you in the world to come. God bless you. Thank you, Jonathan. It's kind of funny. He's just search a meme term, and he found my site. Poor little monkey says, Orthodoxy isn't online equals I don't have to act like a Christian online. Well, obviously he's making fun. But, yeah, I mean, the real thing is, like, you can't physically even do the things you're supposed to do. Let's see, what do you... Come to Uttar Pradesh, so I'm not coming to India. Luke, speak Chinese. It's funny when people always like oh, speak this language. Well, Chinese is a funny one. At least Chinese kind of sounds funny. There's what's the tongue? Usually now when people tell me speak Chinese, I'll do the tongue twister. That's like 吃葡萄不吐葡萄皮，不吃葡萄倒吐葡萄皮. Because it sounds Chinese. And it's, it means like, 吃葡萄不吐葡萄皮 is like, while eating grapes, if you don't spit out the skins, 不吃葡萄, they'll come out, you'll spit them up afterward. It's not literal. It's like, or did I say seeds? I mean skin. 冰淇淋. Yeah. Ping pong, yeah, ping pong. Ching chong ping pong. Luke, how did you get to where you are today? I woke up here. And would you like to say for undergrads, and I guess what would I like to say for undergrads and grad students? Drop out. That's what I would say to undergrads and grad students. That's right. Yeah, I mean, if I could go back and change stuff, I would have, definitely dropped out earlier. Or not gone to school, obviously. And, like, making it in the world only is getting more difficult because of inflation, and, like, my impetus very early on, obviously I was going to grad school. I was getting paid to do grad school work and stuff like that. Like, I was making a small amount of money. I mean, no, a decent amount of money. I didn't spend much, right? So, like, basically everything I earned, that I didn't absolutely need, I just put in savings. And as soon as I could really plausibly move somewhere, I did. I bought property. I would just tell people, lock in property as soon as you can. Because you might say, I'll have money later, I'll get something different or better, or it'll be easier for me to move when I have more money. No. Get it as soon as possible, because it's going to be more expensive later. It's only going up. And there can be a housing collapse, and maybe you'll feel stupid because you buy a place for $200K and it's $100K in a year because of some big housing crash. There's a low chance of that, but either way, you locked it in. You have it for life. It's not an investment good. You know what I mean? That's what I would say. So I think a lot of people I've known. Here's what the thing is, and where I live, there's lots of land for sale that people are getting rid of for pretty cheap prices. And I have friends that are looking for land or whatever, but, and some people have their reasons why they can't get parcels or whatever. But, like, I think a lot of people are just, like, they have these kind of, they don't want to pull the plug on things, or pull the plug on things. They don't want to pull the trigger on things, thinking, like, it'll be easier later. It'll be easier when I have more money. It'll be easier if I'm further in my career. No, it's only going to be further. That's all I can say. Like, it's only going to, inflation's going to be worse. You're going to need more money. You might be putting $50K into your savings account every year, which I don't think you're doing. But let's say 100, or let's say 100K. Let's say you're putting away 10K into savings, and you might want to save a little more to get a better property or get a blah, blah, blah. But it's like the inflation can eat that up so quickly. And, like, the prices of land are always going up. I just say lock it in. Lock it in as soon as possible. And if prices are just so high, do it with your friends. Like, get the boys together. Get 4 or 5 guys, 4 or 5 families if you have a young family. And look into, like, an acre can house and support a lot of people. That's all that I can say. So, same goes for getting married. I don't know if I agree with that all, because locking it in, land is an appreciating value. A lot of times, women in their 20s are depreciating, assets. I think it might be better to, like, if you're not ready for marriage, just wait a little bit. You can still marry a girl you don't have to marry a girl your age. You can marry a girl a little younger. It's not a big deal, but, that's what I'd say to that. But, I mean, there is, like, I'm sure if you find a girl that's absolutely exceptional, and you're both young and you want to get married, by all means, lock it in. By all means. I'm not telling you, just wait till you find something better. But, yeah, definitely don't do that. Definitely lock it in with land. That's all I can say. I was raised... Oh, this is funny. I was raised in an apocalyptic cult and never thought about looking into how to wisely spend money. I made a lot of money in my 20s and wasted it all. Now in my 30s, with obligations, feel like I'm in hell. Yeah, that's rough. I thought you were going to say I was in a cult and they really used their money well or something. Like, they pooled their money together, which really that's the way to do it. Like, pooling money together. You don't have to be in a cult to do that. But, like, I think a lot of, especially Americans, are very, they're very kind of allergic to the idea of, like, kind of, not exactly communal living. It doesn't mean sharing beds or even houses with people, but being very physically close, like walking distance, not like way far over there, but like you look out your window and you see their house. That way of life is it is how every village is. It's how every city is, and you can live a very quiet, peaceful life, but while still having all the benefits of having people right next to you. All right, that's I think really, I mean, the goal shouldn't even be for you to just have a big parcel of land where you just have your house. No, really, you want a big parcel of land where your family is and everyone else, all the families in your parish church, they're all there. That's what you want. That's actually what you want. And it's better than doing the homestead LARP, right? It's better than doing the Robinson Crusoe, I'm going to grow everything, I'm going to raise 1 million animals. I want to eat pork, well, I'm going to raise pigs. I want to eat chickens, so I'm going to raise chickens. Like, if you do things communally, that work is shared. And you don't have to buy 1 million tools because you share stuff. It's just normal life, So anyway, let's build a kibbutz, boys. It's just called a village. It's not. I mean, the thing is, people exoticize this stuff. They make it sound like it's some kind of, like, if you want to live in anything other than either a pod or the Robinson Crusoe LARP house in, never see a person. Like, if you don't want either of those two things, you're in some kind of cult. Oh, you want to have friends? You want to see people and do stuff? Oh, you want to be propertied and, like, I don't know, like, it's crazy. All right, I'm gonna check my email for super chats. Yeah, I guess one guy sent in a Monero donation, but I was kind of hoping for more. On the cryptocurrencies. I need to just disable super chats on YouTube and like force people to use either Zelle to send money, because that actually is the best thing, or like Bitcoin or Monero, frankly, because like that's the only fee-free way, and I just like it better. Like I don't like the idea that like YouTube is. I mean, yeah, they take a cut, but it's more like the idea of like this is the. I don't know, like YouTube's like funneling all the money. Like there's something weird about it. Like you have all your eggs in one basket, and of course back in the old days, I mean I think I always allowed super chats, but I was never a big fan of them. So let's see. I agree with family, but not people on my neck. Kind of the whole point of America being the way it is. It's you and your family. No, it's nonsense. It's not. That wasn't how early America was either. Dude, people lived in villages, and guess what? I mean, the thing is, I mean, for you Americans who are afraid of contact with other humans, imagine this. Imagine living in a neighborhood, a literal like a subdivision, but the people there and like you actually talk to them. And also, in the same way you can walk 2 houses down the road, you can walk 2 houses down this way, and there's a grocery store. And 2 houses that way, and there's a church. Is that a cult? No, that's called human living. And if you don't want that, you don't want to be a human. Like this isn't like a weird thing to say. This isn't a cult thing. This isn't a... someone was making a joke of a kibbutz, which, I don't know if people know about that. It's like a LARPy Jewish communist thing. And that actually, to be clear, when I'm saying like communal, I don't mean like communist communal, like no one has property and everything literally is shared. But I will tell you, if you are close to people, there are a lot of things. I mean, just as an example, like, okay, I have a saw. Not if everyone's living next to each other, you don't need to buy your own miter saw. You can just use mine. You can just use it. And it's still my property. I don't lose it. Okay, if I don't want to lend it to you, I don't have to. But people, I don't know. Anyway, people are just being silly anyway. So, here in Australia, the average house price. Price is 1 million Australian dollars. Well, 1 million Australian dollars is not very much. Well, it is. That is a lot, because I want to say like an Australian dollar is like half an American dollar. It's something maybe not quite that low, but yeah, that's pretty bad. Australia has no excuse. Australia is a big country, Roads are the most evil thing that exists. This was an enlightened take. Yeah, people said I was wrong. But I was not wrong. Luke, I love your BS Jobs video. God bless you. Thank you. Yeah. I mean, basically like the Amish. I mean, yeah. I mean, again, like people are thinking of it in terms of something exotic, like being Amish. But no, it's just like this is just human. This is how people live. This is how people everywhere else in the world they live. This is how everyone. We were talking earlier about how the world was destroyed during the Reformation, like the English-speaking world. This is what happened. Okay, the thing is, the monasteries are destroyed. The way for people to live in their village, they can't pasteurize. They can't. I was gonna say pasteurize their animals. They can't pasture their animals on land anymore. They become enclosed with all these big companies. Everything becomes about economies of scale. Well, that's the cope. The cope is it's about economies of scale. We want to produce things more efficiently, right? But of course, the gains is now it's always like everyone's now out of a job. You have after the Reformation. You have this mass urbanization. People are unemployed. They don't have anything. They can't live in villages anymore. I mean, but even in America, like, granted, when I lived, in Statesboro, Georgia, just a random small town in kind of mid southern Georgia. Well, it's really middle Georgia, but in Georgia they call that South Georgia because everything south of Atlanta is south, but whatever. Statesboro, there's a little town nearby called Register, and I knew some people who lived there and talked to them, and it's like it was funny hearing, like, before the automobile and like paved roads became big, you could live in Register, and this is not about one town. This is about every town. This is the story of every single American village, hamlet, town, whatever you want to call them. You used to be able to live there without a car. You could walk to the post office, walk to church, walk to the grocery store, get all of your needs, all of the general store, get wood, get blah, 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 do anything you want. You could just walk. Everyone's there. Everything is accessible. You still have your own privacy. You still have your own house, and everything's nice. And this is just life. This is just how the world was. And, but now people want to consume, I don't know, they want to get big city jobs. They want to have, and of course what's happened is, because people now are more mobile, or they want to drive to the next town to get groceries because they might be 5 cents cheaper or something like that. The dynamic, there are a million things you can say about it, but I'm just saying what humans are calibrated to and how they've lived since they lived at all until today, apparently. Luke, what watch do you use? It's just a Casio F91W, the most common and sensible watch to have. Asher says, I think you missed my XMR donation. You kind of answered it in passing when responding to another question, but I asked, any advice on learning ancient Greek? Okay, I'm going to check. Let me go ahead and check the XMR thing. I'm really sorry if other guys have donated, and I'm really sorry. These are supposed to go... Oh, shoot, yeah. Yeah, okay. I checked on the site. I'm supposed to get an email when I get them. Okay, I see. Okay. All right, sorry. Yeah, there are a couple on this. Let me check. What's the Bitcoin one? What is that? Cointree? Gotta log into that. I just want to double check everything. Oh, great. So, yeah, I was talking about people aren't using the Bitcoin thing, but looks like they're supposed to go to my email. But maybe I'm wrong about that. Okay, so this is don't actually know when these. Okay, I'll read one that's pending confirmations, but okay. Anonymous says, thoughts on quote-unquote doing fun things. My colleagues think I'm boring because I don't do fun things in the weekend. Do you think people need to be getting out, quote-unquote, more? Or maybe just seek out more adventure, going on more vacations? I usually spend a lot of time walking, reading, gardening, making music, and programming, etc. Well, I think a lot of the doing fun things, like, a lot of guys are going to think that they're actually really boring because they don't find going to a club fun, which going to a club is not fun. Like, if you find that fun, it's stupid. Like, or even going to a restaurant isn't necessarily fun. I mean, or you might have friends that aren't super great conversationalists, whatever. That's not, you might just not find the things that they find fun. You might, and that's not because you're like a introvert. There's no such thing as an introvert. I don't believe in that. But, it's just, I do think that people need to get out and do things, be more active in their life, all that kind of stuff. But yeah, you should definitely do the things that you find some degree of enjoyment, like you find that you're very productive in doing. Get to know people. I mean, when I moved where I live now, I just hung out in town. Like, there was nothing to do. I just hung out in town. I'd meet people. I'd go down to the walkable area, which I'm not. Well, yeah, I guess pretty close to, but I'd go down to the place I could walk around. I might pop into a business, meet people, just do stuff, just do whatever. Like, if I had nothing to do, I'm not saying I did this all the time, but you need to find what's fun to you. That's all I'm saying. That's what I think I'd say. But yeah, people are serially under social. I will say this, and let me diagnose what might be going on with you, but it's probably going on with with most people, and this is a bad thing. What actually happens in the modern world is people get so used to being alone. You get used to using your computer or your phone or your TV or whatever, that you develop habits and desires. Like, you want to do these things. Like, I get excitement from using the computer. I get, it's how I relax. I blah, blah, blah. You know, this is what people end up doing. You start using it because it's, I don't know, it's shiny and you're bored. But what you end up doing is, like, you know, you get so engrossed in that behavior, it becomes a habit that it's hard for you to break. So when I was a kid and I was playing video games all the time, and again, I wasn't naturally drawn to video games. The first time I played them, I was like, whatever. But when I developed a habit of playing them, then whenever my parents say, hey, Luke, we're going to see our uncle or whatever, I say, no, I don't want to go. I want to stay home and play video games. And adults now, like millennials, Zoomers, whatever, especially Zoomers, like younger kids, they're just like that. They get so used to being alone, being atomized, being away from everything, that they just find this comfort in it that is disordered, and they need to break it. If that is you need to break out of it. Now, that doesn't mean that everything your colleagues are going to be doing is actually fun. You might find some other stuff you want to do or other uses of your time. But that is what I would say. I think a lot of people develop a lot of these anti patterns or bad habits, you know, and they spend all this time alone. They get used to being alone, and then they say, "I'm unsocial. I don't want to be near people." And that doesn't exist. That personality did not exist before computers. Did not exist. People weren't like that. Maybe one in a million. Okay, but you weren't one of them. So. All right, looking at XMR donations. Yeah, I see any advice on learning Greek. So I basically said that's how I learned Greek. I can't tell you, like, if you're learning it without Latin, I can't really recommend. I don't know of a book I'd be like, yes, this is awesome for learning. Yeah, so it's kind of hard there. But Fulton says, hold on, I'm gonna. Fulton says, may we please have some more not related, sir? Or are you afraid your audience will grow exponentially given the extreme success of the Graeber episode? God sure has a funny sense of humor, making you, of all people, such a gifted content creator. Yeah, well, I mean, I think people appreciate the stuff I do because I'm not a content creator, because I don't open up saying silly stuff. Hold on. Let's see. Okay, so Simon says, "Hi Luke, have you ever looked at River? It's a pretty good Suckless-esque alternative on the Wayland side." Yeah, I've looked at Wayland stuff. Let's see. Suckless, like, is it a WM? Is it a River? Is a non-monolithic Wayland composite? I don't know. Whatever it is, it's probably, I'm not probably interested in. I probably just don't have the mental desire to fall down that rabbit hole. But, you know, it might be really great. I'm not sure. Anon says, is buying stocks a psyop by Big Wall Street? Yeah, I mean, buying stock, I mean, I'm not against I do keep a small brokerage account, you know, like, but that's just because, like, I want, like, I mean, I basically look at it as being cash. I know, like, you take stuff out and might have to pay capital gains, but, like, I so rarely, you know, I will say, I wouldn't have a savings account. I'd rather just have a brokerage than that. But I definitely don't go out of my way and say, oh, I want to invest in this stock. There are some index funds or whatever that have had pretty good historical gains. You can't always bet on that in the future. But you know, I would say for most people, land, Bitcoin or something is a, you know, very long-term good store of value, land or Bitcoin. And then I almost recommend, like, spending your money in a way that like once you have land especially, you can spend your money in a way that invests in it. Like instead of just holding on money in a savings account, say, okay, I'm going to do this improvement to my house, I'm going to make it better, whether I hold on to it or I sell it, I'm going to make my life better in this way. Like don't just keep money in a savings account. Again, like if you have nothing else to do, put it, again, I said I have a tiny brokerage, like put it in a little brokerage if you really want, but better than that probably is actually you investing in what you have. And like, okay, now I can do this at my house. Now I can do that. Now I have a greenhouse. Now I have this garden area. Now I have a outdoor seating place. I'll have people over and we'll do this and we'll have a party. I don't know. Do what you need to do. So Dave says, Jesus Christ, Son of God, have mercy on me. May he have mercy on us all. Let's see if there are any other super chats that I might have missed. Okay. How do you deal with failures? Could failures in everyday could be failures in everyday life or failures in your long-term goals? How do you assess your own capabilities? I especially with long-term stuff, I think the real thing is, I mean, if you're talking about emotional failures, like how do you feel bad? Oh, well, okay. Let me just answer the question in a way that I want to. When you're planning for stuff in the long term, I would definitely say always have multiple outs. I think I did like a little, I mean, if you don't know what that means, multiple outs is something in magicians use. Like when they're doing little card tricks and stuff where, you let's say someone has 4 choices and you say, I'm always going to predict which one you do. And they pick a spade and you reveal that, oh, this picture frame has a spade on it. See, I put this here and I guess what you were going to guess. But if they had picked hearts, you would have said, oh, look, well, there's a heart right here, blah, blah, blah. Now, they don't know that you've prepared for every outcome. But, it's a good thing for you to prepare for every outcome. That's what I'm saying. I think the proper way of preparing for the future is saying, oh, okay, if this happens, what will I do? If this happens, what will I do? If this happens, what will I do? And just kind of planning it so no matter how things fall into place, they always fall into a place where you're kind of in control and you say, oh, well, this didn't work, but I've already planned for this. I'm already ready for this. So especially like if it's an emotional thing, if that's what you're talking about, how do I deal with failures? When things don't go the way I expect, I'm never really that upset about it because, I've probably, I'm kind of ready for it. I kind of know, kind of planned in advance, I guess you could say. Porphyry says, reinvesting in Google with Luke Smith donation side effect. Investing in Google. That's a way of putting it. Let's see. Sorry, I'm trying to figure something out here. I'm not, I was going to say, I'm not ignoring you, but yeah, actually I am ignoring you. I just have to do something. ZipDoc says, you forgot to respond to the base.cooking part last stream, saying, when will you merge PRs for base.cooking or appoint a maintainer? Also, do you think you've alienated your early audience by shifting from technology videos to humanities? Oh, I didn't answer the bit. I don't know. Like, if there's someone I really know and trust, I'd appoint him as a maintainer. I don't know who wants to do it. But what was I gonna say? I don't know. You never know. There might be someday I'll just randomly get to it. Maria says, "What online present people you find charismatic and based? I missed your videos because I've found the vibe. I've been looking for it in a man like you." Okay, funny. Can't find a replacement online or blah blah blah. Okay. You're looking for someone like me? I don't know. I don't know who's like me. So, let's say Miguel. Hi, Luke. I just wanted to send my 30 BRL as a thank you. I work at Tech, dropped out of college, got married, and I'm awaiting a child that will be raised in the Catholic Church, hopefully in a small town in Brazil. God bless you. Thank you for the wisdom you shared. All right, yeah. Congratulations on your child. And then, oh, look at that. I gotta do something about that. Sorry. Business. Okay. All right. I have some time to look at the chat now. It's funny, I looked at the chat and it looks like people are just reposting messages that last time I looked at the chat they were doing. Is Luca Peter? Not really. I like some of Ray Pete's works, and I got a friend who's a big Peter. He gave me generative energy, which is randomly on my bookshelf of like Protestant Reformation books, but it's just there because I was looking at it. But he says he's based. My friend, he likes him, but I like some of it. Some of his stuff sounds really kind of plausible, and he seems to be like a really exceptional, like, genius. Let's say in the traditional, like a very exceptional mind, looking at having a very idiosyncratic way of looking at problems, and I think the thing I really appreciate about Ray Pete is he's very familiar. You know, like in most fields there is this like mainstream consensus that exists. And Pete is not just, or he was not just old enough, but he was, wise enough as a child or a young man to be very aware of like alternate ways of thinking and other. He's super familiar with like the health academia in Russia during the Soviet Union, and other historical development. Just things like he's a lot more. He's not the kind of guy. He doesn't have a Wikipedian view of the world. That's all that I could say, So I that's what I could say. Zyozot sends in to, what is that, Swiss francs? Like CHF, is that Swiss francs? Thank you very much. No comment on that. Aryang says, please say a prayer for the repose of the soul of my father Gordon, who recently passed. God bless. You're one of the best. Right? Gordon. Just write that there. Sorry for your loss. Let's see. All right. How long have I been doing this? I'm getting a little tired, but I feel like I could go on.
Um, I might stop sometime soon, but I'm just gonna look at the. Did you go to Serbia during your Balkan visit? Yes, I went to Kosovo, which is Serbia. But I only went to the Kosovo. I didn't go to like Belgrade or, I only went to the Albanian occupied portion of Serbia. We'll say that. Hex says, is distributism the based political ideology or just commie ramblings of a fat man and Balak? Rerum Novarum, is it in your encyclical? It is in your encyclicals book. Thoughts on it? I think, I'm not a big fan of isms, but like distributism, like the central idea is like pretty, okay, yeah. I say that is, it's sensible. And I like, to a degree, I like Balak. I have a couple of his books here. Like, they're in my Reformation thing. So, characters of the Reformations and how the Reformation happened. I like some of the ways he looks at stuff. I think he misses. Well, I don't know. Yeah, whatever. Everyone misses stuff. I'm not going to criticize him. He's a nice writer, but no, I mean I wouldn't say I'm a distributist, but as far as like political philosophies go, like it makes sense. Like I think, and the thing is, it's not commie ramblings. Of course, it is. Like the goal is to like kind of maximize. I mean, it is not communist. Like it is objectively like it is a very, there's very much still an aspect, or of course there's an aspect of like personal property and autonomy, and that's almost like central. It's almost I don't know, but again, I'm not gonna whatever. Aquashell, hey Luke, what is the official position of the Orthodox Church regarding the apostolic succession of patriarchs appointed by the Ottoman Sultanate? Well, that's a good question. That gets us on. I mean, again, no patriarch or no bishop is ordained by an Ottoman Sultanate or an Ottoman Sultan or Muslim or anyone. But in all times and places, kind of in Christian history, the secular authorities have, and this is not like some like aspect of, I mean, I should say it's an aspect of reality. Secular authorities have a say of who is the acting bishop. That's just a fact of life. For example, when St. Peter was martyred, the Romans definitely had a say over whether he's the bishop or not, because when you martyr him, he's deposed. He's no longer bishop, right? So in all places, it's not as if, so obviously in today, the Fanar could decide, we're going to appoint this person to be the ecumenical patriarch, and if the Ottomans or the Turks really didn't like him, they could, practically depose him. He wouldn't be able to function, but at the same time, the patriarchate could just move, and they could move to Mount Athos or something like that, So it's they still have apostolic succession. They're still getting, they're still being ordained by the bishops. They're still being appointed by the patriarch. It's not like it's different because a Muslim or a pagan authority. In the case of the Roman Empire, there are many cases of obviously pagans would occasionally kill or make or functionally depose bishops. That happens. It's like a fact of life. But a lot of people like kind of have a funny way of looking at that. But Kosovo is fake. No, Kosovo is very real. It's a very real part of Serbia. So, you think the situation in Iran has ties to the JE? Am I stupid? What is the JE? That is probably an obvious abbreviation. I just don't. It's just not hitting me right now. Situation. Is it Jewish something? I don't know. But patriarchy is bad, Reddit told me so. I was summoned, my friend told me Serbia was mentioned. I was just talking about how beautiful the Serbian province of Kosovo is. Is your Lindy Press still active?
Yes, it absolutely still active. You can buy books from it right now. Also, is your library section on the website updated? It actually isn't, because I've been getting rid of a lot of books. I have like 4 boxes of books in the other room I'm getting rid of. And then I always have some that I'm like burning. According to the UN, Kosovo isn't a country. That's true. According to most countries, Kosovo is not. Only the US and its vassals think Kosovo is a country. But I have been there. They've stamped my passport. The Albanians who occupy Kosovo have. Jeffrey Epstein is JE. Oh, so what was the question? Do you think the situation in Iran has ties to JE? Maybe not directly. I mean, obviously JE has ties to you know who, but like, you know how explicit everything is, and like this stuff going on. I mean, there could be an aspect of distraction on Trump's part, but like this stuff, like they let Trump back in because of this, like because he's going to do this. And I don't know if I think a lot of people online talk about the Epstein stuff, but I don't think it's like super, I don't know. I don't think it's as big in the decision-making thinking or the decision-making process of the ruling class as maybe we'd like it to be. Did you burn the Karl Popper book? No. Karl Popper I don't think is burnable. I mean, I don't think it's that bad. I mean, it's not bad. I mean, like Karl Popper, I might disagree with individual things he says or something like that. I mean, I can't even think of a big thing. I mean, he's a big democracy file or whatever, but I don't think it's like a terrible. It's a nice book, and I think it has a positive influence on. I mean, like the fact that people are thinking about that kind of stuff, I think is nice. So I think it's had a positive effect on the modern epistemology and philosophy of science and stuff like that. You're very famous in Brazil now. We love you. Good job. Yes, I know. People have been telling me to come to Brazil for years, and I've always said, okay, if I go and don't get stabbed, if I can be guaranteed I'm not going to be stabbed, I'll go to Brazil. Actually, yeah. Monerotopia was almost going to be in like not Brazil. It was going to be. Don't worry, I'm not mistaking a country for Brazil, but there's what? Maybe it was Buenos Aires, like that it was going to be, and I thought about going there. That would have been the first time I've been to South America, but I think Monerotopia's there. I've only been to the one in Mexico once, and I'll consider it every year, but every year I've had like something to do. Linux Fest too. I missed Southeast Linux Fest last year. I kind of feel bad. I could have theoretically made it, but he's just it was rough. There are a bunch of cool guys there. So, do you recommend any specific literature for someone interested in Orthodoxy? I think I'll repeat what I said to the guy before. I think if you're coming from a Protestant perspective, if you want to understand. How different Orthodoxy is. And again, this isn't like something spelling out the Orthodox faith, but I would just kind of recommend, especially if you're a guy who's interested in history and stuff, read things like the canons of the councils, right? Just to give you a sense, don't take everything too seriously because you don't always see the context of everything, but get a sense for how the church actually worked historically, the actual Church of Christ that, existed and evangelized the world. And I think, especially if you come from a Protestant perspective, you're going to eventually realize, oh, this is a little different from what I'm familiar with. And, so that's an option, but that's just very much, that's something you can do in an afternoon. Just kind of scroll through the canons of the ecumenical councils, Nicaea, Chalcedon, Ephesus, the Council of Trullo, which has canons from the 5th and 6th councils, or the so-called Quintisext council. Oh, also, would you be open to putting up missals on Lindy Press, or is print on demand too impossible, complicated for such things? Oh, I could definitely. I'd love to do something like that. But Lindy, the service I use to print on demand, the books aren't super nice. Like maybe I haven't actually used like the Dust Jacket hardcover. It might be kind of nice. I've thought about doing something there, but like this is the normal like. Paperback, I just don't view it as being like quite appropriate for a missal. But there are a lot of Orthodox companies that use Lulu or Amazon to print like books of, oh, here's the longer catechism of the Orthodox Church, but by who is it, Saint Philaret of Moscow? I forget. You know, like they'll have, you know, books that are printed from these kind of sites. But really, I wish I had a contact to people who can print nice things competently. I really like in Boston, what is it, Holy Transfiguration Monastery? You know, they have a series, you know, all the stuff they print, I think they have printed in Canada by some company, and it's not print on demand, so like it's not very actionable for me, but they just have really nice cloth binding. I'll show you. Some of you guys know them if you're Orthodox, but so like stuff like this, it's just kind of nice, you know, like cloth binding. It's respectable, looks appropriate, you know, and this kind of stuff is going to last. I actually only recently got this prayer book. It's kind of nice. There's a lot of stuff in it, to be honest. But I usually use Jordanville, you know, this one, which it does, again, like, you know, I'm not gonna. You know, this binding is much better than this. I have another one of these that's very beaten up that is really the one I usually use. But thoughts on Yugoslav wars? Is Serbia the most to blame, like the U.S. says? Well, I mean, it's the U.S. that's the most to blame. I mean, yeah, you can say stuff like, yeah, the Serbs obviously had the army, so a lot of like the bad stuff they did, like they had the tools to like commit war crimes or whatever, but like. Obviously, you know, let's say the Kosovo side of the conflict, obviously, like the U.S. was training the KLA, the UÇK, whatever they call it, the Kosovo Liberation Army. Like they're literally training these guys to fight for like a decade before the conflict starts, maybe more, maybe like 2 decades, right? So the U.S. was fomenting the conflict, right, in Kosovo specifically. But, you know, the other Yugoslav wars, you know, I think... they're definitely. I mean, I had a friend. It was the friend I was mentioning earlier who went to Macedonia. He, his career. I mean, he's much older. He's like 50s, I guess. His family was. He was like in. He was a big. He was a significant part to my understanding in the Kosovo War. Like he had a pretty high up role. And he said that to him was one of his like kind of red pill moments where he kind of realized like, you know, we're not really on the good guy's side. Like there's a lot of propaganda going on. And again, I'm not like, listen, I've met a lot of Albanians in Kosovo. Like I'm not saying a lot of those guys were killed by Serbs. Like, I mean, there were atrocities on both sides or whatever. Like I'm not, I don't want to say that. I don't want to say like Serbia's strong. Serbia's never done anything wrong or whatever like that. But it was a conflict that was very much fomented by the U.S. that wanted to undermine Yugoslavia and indirectly the Soviet Union, then Russia, and they wanted to siphon off part of Serbia and just kind of have this extra rail of attack. And I think that, but either way, my friend said, like, while he was there, he just had a very different perspective. Like, it really felt like he was there allegedly to protect, you know, the Albanians from the Serbian military or Serbs who would, you know, do things to, you know, try to attack them. But in real life, they were doing the opposite. It was you know, the people who were aggressive were the Albanians there, and who were, you know, doing pretty terrible crimes and stuff like that. So he said that to him was like a big red pill. And again, like any of you guys who are Albanians, like I'm not saying anything bad about you or your people or whatever, or Serbs, you know, I don't want to ruffle any feather. I mean, this is the Balkan conflict. I mean, there couldn't possibly be any controversies here, but, you know, like, you know, so I don't want to say anything bad. I think, you know, it was a bad war. Really terrible stuff, and it's in a bad, you know, Serbs in Kosovo right now, they're in a bad situation. Like, I did go when I was there to, like, Gračanica, where there's, like, a Serb enclave. It's, like, very much, you know, it's, like, quasi-protected. Beautiful place. The Gračanica monastery, beautiful thing. Wonderful monastery there. And just Serbian, well, anyway. But yeah, it's a sad story. It's a sad thing. But yeah, I mean, I think the Serbs have obviously been significantly slandered. And well, in American media, of course, obviously most Americans don't even know about this conflict or whatever. But like, let's say if you read like a Wikipedia entry or something, it's going to take this very anti-Serbian, Serbs are bad kind of, because that's what's in the media environment. Like, in the same way, like the Russia-Ukraine thing is like, oh, Russia just invaded them for no reason one day. Like there's nothing before that. You know what I mean? That's just how they're going to present it, because that's how the media presents it, right? So it's not really fair. I know this is a very fun conversation for all you patriotic Serbs or whatever, but I think everyone else is probably bored by this. Rare to hear someone speak of the virtues of deleting books, clearing information. Very underrated technique. I mean, I'm just running out of room. Like I've tried to make my main room a little more social. I used to have like a couple bookcases in there, and I want to get rid of them. Like I have 4 bookcases in this room, and then in the other room I think I have 4 in there, but I used to have like 5. And I have way too many books. I need to downsize. And a lot of them, like a lot of my books, I mostly just get at book sales when like, like Friends of the Library kind of things where they're selling books for like 10 cents, 25 cents. So I'll just be like, oh, this is like, kind of interesting. But a lot of the kind of interesting stuff just takes up space. So, but there are things I get for that cheap, and I'm like, oh, I'm getting this because I want to burn it because it shouldn't exist. I have like a whole box of like, just like children's books that shouldn't exist. Stuff like that. Just like brainwashing kids into like degenerate stuff, disgusting stuff. I'm gonna run to the restroom. I drank a bit much. I'll be right back in a minute. And I see there are already like comments and donations. I remember Nassim Taleb talking about at one point he got rid of all of his books that weren't made more than 100 years ago. That might be a good heuristic. Actually, on this bookcase, you see I pretty much have old cloth-bound books that look nice. It's kind of an aesthetic thing. My books are all out of order, so I'm just kind of going to put them by aesthetic purposes. But, like, man, old textbooks and old books in general, they're so much more information dense, and they're so much more readable. They're so good. I mean, like, you look at books like, I mean, what even to pick? I don't know. I mean, here's an old algebra book. The amount, it's like what I was talking before about, like, the exercises and stuff. It's concise, and they have a huge number of exercises that are super graduated. It's just really good. Here's an old classic, Bright's Anglo-Saxon Reader, if you want to learn some Old English. This one, I will say, this is not quite as good of a learning book. I don't think it's really meant to be used alone. It more throws you into it, like, okay, here's what Old English words kind of look like, and let's start translating, So, it's a little more difficult to do for an autodidact, but it is a nice book. Okay. How do the ritual aspects of Orthodox differ from Catholicism and Protestantism? I assume all do baptisms, but is there a difference there, for example? That is such a big question. Like, I don't know what you know or don't know if you're asking that kind of question, because, like, I mean, obviously, like, in terms of sacraments, the Orthodox and Catholics are obviously pretty much on the same page. There are little differences, like, we chrismate people, their equivalent is confirmation, which has to be done by a bishop. It's a little different in the Orthodox Church. So in the Bible, of course, and in the very first days, you have people who, when a lay person is received into the church, they're given, the gift of the Holy Spirit by the laying on of hands, not the same that the apostles give to other bishops or whatever, but now in the Catholic Church, now that is only done by the apostles, done by the bishops. Now, as time went on, that became kind of difficult to do when you have so many converts. So in the East, Chrismation emerged, wherein bishops would almost like do it remotely. They would bless oil to be used to anoint people, and a priest or a deacon, if you couldn't get a bishop, can just anoint someone remotely when the bishop isn't there. Catholicism, or in the Western Church, this is before the Schism, obviously, but Catholicism still had we're just going to have bishops do it all, whereas in the East you have this way of doing it almost like remotely. But one of the weird, here's a ritual difference that emerged from that, which is bad on the Western side, and that is because it was hard to get bishops around. Eventually, people just wouldn't be confirmed or chrismated until way later in life, and then it just became a thing where it's you baptize a child, and then they're just not confirmed, and they don't even commune. They don't even take the Eucharist until way later. It's they're 10 or 11 or 12 or something like that, and that becomes tied in with all this other stuff we're going to confirm you, meaning you should make sure you know stuff about the faith. Whereas in the Orthodox Church, when a child is baptized, he is taken in, he's chrismated, he's given all those gifts, and then he can commune. A baby who, could have as his first solid food the body of Christ, Got to be really careful about it. Don't want it to spill, but that's a possibility. And that is the early practice. You will, when a child is baptized, they will commune. They'll be, chrismated or confirmed, and then they commune. But in Catholicism, obviously, especially after the Schism, you have this kind of delayed confirm. I mean, I know, what's his name? What's he go by? I mean, his real name is Alex. I think people know him as Alex. But Dinshi online, if you guys know him. I mean, he's a traditional Catholic. I mean, he's out there. He does Linux stuff, but he has some Catholic videos as well. But I think he was only recently confirmed, even though he's a pretty pious guy. So I mean, I guess I forget exactly how it works in modern Catholicism. I don't know if he might not have actually even communed before then. I forget how it works. But so there's a difference there. But this is probably not actually what you're asking about. That you might just want to lurk more, honestly. If sure, I'll do baptisms. But their baptisms are different. Or the Orthodox Church, obviously, when we baptize people, They are immersed. You take them, baptize in the name of the Father, and of the Son, and the Holy Spirit, and you dunk them 3 times, right? Full immersion. Some Baptists, they'll dunk someone once, They don't believe that a baptism is something sacramental, but they at least dunk people. Catholics nowadays, they don't dunk at all. They just pour a little water or sprinkle water, and that is viewed from the Orthodox Church. Now, you can do that in the Orthodox Church if it's physically not possible, or let's say you have a kid who's big enough to resist being baptized. You can pour water on his head instead, but that's not a canonical. That's we have to do this. In the normal case, you always baptize someone in the Orthodox Church, and that is fully immersion. And that's super important. Whereas Catholics don't feel that way. They just we're baptizing you. Oh, all done. And that actually, some Protestants, including low church Protestants like Baptists, obviously that to them was wait, why don't we actually baptize people all the way, actually dunk them. And that's a valid criticism, even though, again, Baptists don't really have the theology. They don't believe that baptism remits sins. They manifestly, yeah. Do you have any advice for aspiring Linux YouTubers? Don't do it. No. Just make stuff that's valuable. Make stuff that people make stuff that's concise, quick, and yeah, I think that's good. Surrendered Will said, do you think that baptism is required for salvation? Well, I know if you're asking that, you're asking it as a Protestant, and I think your idea of what salvation even is off, if you look at it that way. Baptism is the requirement for being inducted into the Orthodox Church, which is the ark of salvation. It is the laver of regeneration, the laver of rebirth, as the scriptures say. Now, what you say if you're a Protestant, when you say salvation, what you really mean is not. It's something different. It's something novel. It's not the thing that the Orthodox Church has taught. It's not the thing that historically the Orthodox Church has taught. That's just how it is. So, it's tough sometimes with Protestants because like the Reformation really started to define words in entirely different ways. So like a good example is like the church. To us, the church is the church. It's like the Orthodox Church, like the whole communion of the Orthodox Church. That's it. Sometimes they use it to mean a certain temple. Here's the temple of Saint. I don't know. Here's Christ the Savior Cathedral. That's a temple, right? Sometimes people say church. But, one of the things that happened, and this is kind of the fault of John Calvin, is the church becomes this abstraction, becomes this theoretical group of people who don't really exist. They're just kind of all over the place. And it's hard, when you come to a Protestant who says, oh, do you think I'm a member of the church? And that's a very easy question. If you're not Orthodox, you're not a member of the church. That's easy. You're not part of the church, But I think for a lot of Protestants, it's more like it's not even so much about learning about Orthodoxy. It's almost more about undoing like these terms that they've just started to think, this is just, this is what salvation means. This is what the church means. This is what justification. That's a good one. Oh, this is what faith means. That's a good one. Which I still need to do that stream. Faith. We need to do a lexical vocabulary deep dive in Greek and talking about like why or how Protestants systematically misread the New Testament, specifically Paul's epistles. I think is a good. I've in my head this has been cooking for years actually, and I think it's important. I think I need to do it sometime soon, because yeah. Okay, let's see. Anonymous sends in $10 of Bitcoin. Here's a UTXO. I enjoy your content. Thank you. Thank you very much. It's okay. Let me go back to the. Okay, thoughts on John of Damascus and his takes on Islam. Do you think, this is from Hihi Juice, do you think the Kaaba is just a fragment of the statue of Venus or Ishtar? I've heard stuff like that. I don't know if St. John of Damascus, I don't know enough about St. John of Damascus's takes on Islam. I know he was like I think he worked under some kind of, he had some kind of Muslim lord, but yeah, he was a critic of Islam. I don't know anything about that. I haven't read his stuff, and I don't know about the Kaaba. Kaaba. What's the emphasis on? Is there a glottal stop in there? Is it like Kaaba or something? Yeah, yay vocab deep dive. Yeah, I need to do that. It might be better for me to do with. I've thought about doing videos with other Orthodox guys, like kind of on this. I know some of you guys might know Luther from Transfigured Life. I've met him a couple times. I randomly like was going through town, and I like, oh, that's that guy on the internet. And then he was like, oh, that's that guy on the internet. We just randomly met each other. But we've hung out. He might be a good foil in a sense, like someone to talk to or something. But I haven't talked to him in a couple months. Luther. He's the black one. He's the black one. That's a funny way to put it. there are fewer black Orthodox YouTubers. It is Kaaba. Kaaba. Yeah, I sorry, I don't know. There's an Arabic letter in Kaaba. All of the letters are Arabic in it. Do you watch any Christian YouTubers like Jay Dyer or Trent Horn? It's funny to call them Christian YouTubers. I not really. I run across like Jay's videos every once in a while. I mean, people always used to ask me, "Hey, why don't you watch them?" He just does super long streams. I know I'm doing a super long stream. I'm not criticizing what he does. I'm just saying objectively, I don't do that. Like, I don't really watch super long videos. I feel like most of the time when I'm on the internet, I'm doing it like I'm doing stuff on the internet, like not. I'm more producing, not consuming. So like, I just don't. I don't want to sit down and like just consume a stream sometimes. It's not, but I mean, I've seen a lot of Jay's videos. I think some of his, he's a very positive influence. He leads a lot of people to the church, I think. I've learned some stuff watching some of his stuff. Hey Luke, I also started a book business like yours, not the same kinds of books, more like collections of classic books from Latin America on the public domain. Do you add notes or introductions? I originally added my rule of thumb was I'd add an introduction of like less than a page. And for some of the compilations like this one, I would put a little introduction where I just like explain every word. Oh, Shepherd of Hermas, that's what that's about. Gospel of James, that's what that's about. Apostolic tradition, that so I would do that, but honestly, I don't think that's super necessary. Some of the newer ones, like I just put out, what is it, Gesta Francorum, I think in Latin, and then I think I have Bede's History, like 99. It's basically done. It's uploaded. I just haven't released it. Let me just check. LindyPress.net. Yeah, again, LindyPress.net if you want to see the books. Yeah, Gesta Francorum I have up. I don't have Bede's History. Well, it was Bede's History in Latin. Although I could do it in English. It's not hard. Funny thing is, like, I should really be money maxing, shouldn't I? Because I could just put a lot of books on there. They're not radically hard for me to do, to like reformat. But see, I'm not like the others. I'm not like those other sites, because I actually like reformat these. I actually make them look nice and put just little flourishes and stuff. And I just don't like people when they reprint books when it's like 100-year-old like scan with like all these artifacts in it. But yeah, I don't think introductions are super necessary, honestly. I put them in some of the books, but I made sure to make them really as short as possible. Because honestly, when I read like an ancient work that's been republished, I just skip through the introduction, because half the time it's stupid anyway. Now, some notes I keep from, let's say in my Book of Enoch, that one that I published, I think I have notes in it that were in the translation. So like the translation has like super little notes about like, this is the year this happened in, or like it'll say it in the text, but then it'll give a like Anno Mundi year. And so I do that, or I keep that. Bean Brewster, do you own a copy of the Book of Mormon? Actually, speaking of burning books, I have burned probably dozens of books of Mormon. Or no, I burned a couple of those. I burned many of the Jehovah's Witness. What's the one, like the great controversy that's just everywhere? Like where I am, there are all these Jehovah's Witnesses. Like they'll put one in everyone's mailbox, and so like I'll go to book sales and there'll just be like a box of these great controversy books. So I'll get rid of them for people. Also making them on LaTeX, by the way, Linux maxing. Yeah, of course. Yeah. I don't know what it's like to not use Linux at this point. For all I know, Windows and Mac are awesome and they're free software now, and everything's easy to use and customizable. And I'll just never know because I'm just content where I am. But I'm gonna guess they're not like that. What's wrong with Mormonism and Jehovah's Witnesses? They're false religions. Of course, I don't burn all heterodox books like or something. I'm not like that. I'm not that based. I do have like a number of like more like I have some Catholic books that I just happen to have that aren't objectionable, and I have a couple Protestant books as well. But some of those are like got to burn some tarot cards. I've burned tarot cards before. I was gifted some a long time ago, and I was like, yeah, these are demonic, I'll just burn them. Even though, like, technically, originally tarot cards are just, like, normal playing cards, but obviously, like, everyone knows, like, especially in America, they have this esoteric association. And the set that I had, it had, like, this, I don't know, kind of demonic-looking book that talked about reading, just whatever. I burnt it all. I just had that from years ago, and, it feels good to, like, burn bad things, just to have them gone, The funny thing is, I have holy burns as well. Like, that's thing that, I don't know if people who are Protestant know about that, but the respectable way of to dispose of holy things is to burn them. So, like, I'll have a different place for burning those things, I'll burn the bad stuff over here, burn the holy things over here. It'll be like, palm crosses from Palm Sunday, or palm branches, or, just like things that, I don't know, plastic bags that had antiteron in them or something. That's the kind of holy stuff you might burn. I've definitely... I like have a... Or even... Actually, since I do that, I even am at the point where if I have... Oh, like here. Sheet music for our church for next week. The what is it? Tropari or Kontakion for the raising of the paralytic. I will not throw this in the trash once I use it. I will put it in my holy burn pile. So, just a respectable way of disposing of things. And now it like thinking about it makes total sense. Like, obviously I was told to do that, when I was becoming Orthodox, but it's like now it's like when I have a let's say a family photo or something, like I'll make some kind of printout of photos I want to hang or something like that, and maybe I have some extras, or maybe I have some old ones that I just need to dispose of, or this one got distorted. It feels weird to throw them in the trash. I think it's more appropriate to burn things, So, anyway, this is one of those... Binary Ghost says, honestly, I find studying occult works a bit more interesting. The esoteric cosmology spawned around religions is fascinating, especially how they evolve, and points to how they are similar. I mean, yeah, but there's just one. The thing ultimately is like esoteric stuff is just like it's intellectual pornography. That's really what it is. It's just like stuff that's not. I mean, it wants to sound super edgy, and in a sense it is because it's like demonic. But like. Really, it's just like, I mean, you guys know that every once in a while I say something about like, Neoplatonism or Hermeticism or something, but like those philosophies, not only for the most part are they literally aped from Christianity, but like they are based on kind of these like farcical, Hermeticism is based on this farcical idea that there's this guy Hermes who's like, way in the ancient past, and he wrote all these things, and they're really esoteric and blah blah blah, and it's really just something that came around the turn of the age, around the year 0 or whatever, or well, after that it's more like 200 something. It's just all this kind of fakery, I guess that's the way of looking at it, and it's just this thing, or Masonic stuff. I think we were talking about that in the last stream, where you read like Masonic, the old Masonic Bible, the Albert Pike, whatever it is. And this is just like it's just nonsense that this guy's just making up. He's just like, I don't know. There's not, like, the more you dig, the more you realize there's nothing there. That's all I can say. It's like the opposite you get when you're with the Orthodox Church, where it's like, at the beginning it seems really simple, and you dig and you realize, oh, like, all of truth is here. Whereas in esoteric stuff, it's like, oh, it seems really edgy and interesting and intellectual, and you dig deeper and like, oh, this is just like made up silliness. I guess that's what I'm gonna say. Have you read the Kabbalion? That felt demonic to me. I threw it away from my house. I had a copy of the Kabbalion. Actually, I think it's in my burn pile outside right now. I haven't burnt it yet. I might have. Yeah, but I definitely had that book. It might still be listed on my site, but I need to get rid of it. Yeah. So yeah, the whole Hermetic stuff is a LARP. Like Neoplatonism. All these things are LARPs. I mean, even like Plotinus, right? Plotinus is like the big kind of Neoplatonist guy. He has all this stuff, and I don't know, like, is viewed as like the summation of like neoclassical, or not neoclassical, excuse me. Sorry, I just did the pulse. He's like the big summation of all this alleged pagan thought, but it's like, yeah, he was educated by Christians. Like his main teacher was a Christian. So a lot of that stuff is Okay, so Tom says, are you familiar with Russell Gmerkin? His thesis is basically that Platonism significantly affected Second Temple Judaism before the Pentateuch was ever codified. The Elephantine papyri are presented as evidence of very late polytheism. I've never heard of it. I'm going to guess it's like... I don't know. I just doubt it. The funny thing is, like, a lot of like modern... I have tea leaves in my mouth. That's what I'm doing here. I just drank... I didn't, filter my tea leaves out. And here I go to drink more. I don't know. I've never heard the specific theory, but I think Platonism itself is probably my initial reaction to that, not knowing anything about his specific theory or his evidence, is like, I think Platonism is a lot less built out than people expect it is. Like, I don't think it was really... I mean, it's almost like Neoplatonism is more of a thing than Platonism was. I think people just, And so to say, oh, did it affect Second Temple Judaism, that would be a very tight chronology, and it assumes a lot about, what Platonism really was to people. I don't know. I just kind of doubt. I doubt it. I mean, theoretically, it's possible. They could be in the same intellectual environment, obviously, but I'll check my email. Okay, Kyle sends, let's see, is there a message here? Let's see, Kyle, I don't know if you sent a message with that, but if you intended there to be a message, just email it to me. The emails should have the message on it, but he might have just wanted to send a donation for fun. All right. Braxton says... Hey Luke, you had a big impact on me as a teen. Do you have any significant or interesting thoughts on the American Revolution or colonial period? God bless. I hope all is well with you. Well, yeah, the American Revolution is, a Masonic, and I mean, it's not a good thing. Like, I don't view... I don't want to say, like, all the founding fathers were evil or something like that. And there are good things to come out of the founding of America. America is an interesting nation and interesting people. It's a pioneer people that came to a land... and almost like live their race and live their customs and nation into this new land, and it's very interesting. But the government of America has always been something kind of that it came from the very far left of the worst of the British Isles. That's all that I can say. It starts out as a very, let's say Calvinistic dominant country, especially the Civil War. I don't want to say the Calvinists won the Civil War. The sons of the Calvinists did. Their side won it, and I just don't think. Obviously there are a lot of Masonic and proto-democratic things in a bad way in the American Revolution. Those guys were not saints. Their justification for, it's not like I like the decrepit monarchy of Britain at that point, but I don't know. Like I just don't have a positive view of it. So, what happened to the article you wrote about how asceticism and hedonism are a false dichotomy? Seemed true, independent of Hermeticism being a LARP. Yeah, well, I deleted that thing because there's a guy who maybe posted a message somewhere saying that and this goes to say even us talking about coming to this stuff can be dangerous spiritually, because he made this comment I read your article and it mentioned Hermeticism, and I just went down a rabbit hole and I started trying to practice it. And I was just like, okay, well, this is dangerous stuff. Because, this is very, it could be very demonic stuff, these kind of esoteric things. That's a real danger. People get down these rabbit holes. Again, there's not even anything fun at the end of the rabbit hole. There's nothing, intellectually fulfilling. It's just kind of intellectual pornography. And then, but it is something that's, spiritually damaging and questionable, so that's why I removed it. I'm like, this stuff is borderline. The core of the article was not anything bad. It's not like I take it back, but I wish I had just written an article without the allusions to Hermeticism or whatever I said, But the point of the article, I'll just say it in brief, was that, people have this idea that either the world is the world is you're either here on this planet to just enjoy things and just be recklessly almost Epicurean and something like that, or you want to abandon all earthly comforts and you almost don't want to exist, and there's this Gnostic idea that the matter is bad and stuff like that. And those are a false dichotomy, because there truly is a way to live that is not it's not hedonism, but it is productive. It's there's a beauty to life. There's a beauty to of creativity, of generativity, of human life, life in general, as a reproductive thing, as a thing that is, so it talks about I think I talked there about just the words for create in Greek is related to the word for poetry and stuff like this. It's we are creative creatures, and this is where people find fulfillment in a degree, and that's what God created us for. That we are icons of God in our creative ability, among other things. That's just one little example. Of course, the article is not against asceticism either, but it is against this Gnostic idea of asceticism, where it's the world itself is bad, pleasure itself is just bad. No, that's wrong. Beauty is good. Pleasurable things. I mean, things that are good are good. All right. Manuel says, picked up early Christian reader, not really looking for proof against Protestantism, just unsure where Orthodox practices originate. Okay, well, they originate from the apostles, so you can read about. There'll be some of those in the early Christian reader. Let's see what's good. You could read Ignatius, which again I added his letters into the newer editions. You can do that. The Didache, which I think is going to be first, probably in that new edition as well. That's a good read. Read the Didache. Read Ignatius's letters. Hippolytus's apostolic tradition is pretty good. That like they just summarize church practices and stuff like that. And obviously any of these other letters. Now there are some, I should say, like in the I mentioned not everything here is like, let's say, orthodox, and I mean that, let's say, little o orthodox, in that like some of these things might be a little different. So like you read the Epistle of Barnabas, which probably actually wasn't written by the Apostle Barnabas. I mean, theoretically it could be, but like it's kind of unlikely because it has this. I don't know. You could argue it. I don't know. I don't want to say anything too forward, but some of the things there might be. I don't know. I'm looking at it. I'm like, yeah. I kind of remember this stuff. But either way, those are good places. This book will give you some of the things to look at. That's all I can say. Just don't. When you're reading this, you're not reading. You're not exactly reading Holy Scriptures, but you are seeing a different perspective on the very earliest church. So, and what people are talking about. There are a couple of these. I have Justin Martyr's First Apology here, the Epistle to Diognetus. Those are just like kind of books written to, telling pagans about how the Christian faith works and stuff like that, and like their criticism of pagan morality and things like that. So, anyway. Okay, how long has the stream been going? Let's see. Maybe I can pull up the actual live stream and look at it. Oh, there we go. Okay, I did like undo closing a million tabs. Oh my goodness, I've been going more than 3 hours. I don't feel as tired as I thought I'd be. Usually I get really bored, but not bored. I don't want to say bored. I don't get bored of my own live streams, but you get tired eventually. I'm gonna go to the little boys' room in a second and just take a break. I'll just be back in a minute. I just want to make sure everything's in order for when I come back. And looks like there are already some messages to read. Let me exit out of this. All right, I'll be back in a minute. All right, let's see what's going on here. Oh yeah, streaming. That's what I was doing. Okay, Johann, probably. You never know, he could go by Johann. Says, thank you for leading me towards FOSS. Feel amazing to be fully Windows free, outside work at least. Yep, that's work. That's work. When will the wages learn? Everything you can do better on Linux. Alright, let me check the super chats. Fix the webcam. I don't think people actually care about the webcam being like a second off. It annoys me. But I don't know if it annoys anyone else. I don't know why I have that in my head. I have the sixth Caron tone in my head. As usual. It's just so much better than all the other Staccaron tones, isn't it? Binary Ghost says, I feel as though modern Christianity has fostered some authority needs to do something about this injustice in society and has left people unable or unwilling to fight back against evil systems. Well, that's not to say that that's what the traditional... traditional Christianity doesn't have the same view, but it doesn't necessarily mean we need to fight back actively against all evil systems. I think part of, one of the things that Paul talks about in the epistle to the Philippians is that, the evil system of, people who, in that case, who are persecuting them, in that situation was the Jews and then later the Romans, but, it's not... Our bad things happen or God allows them to happen, let's say, for our salvation. They are a process, when, there's difficulties are there, as he says in Philippians, so that we can work out our salvation, to purify ourselves from passions and stuff like that. So a lot of times, if anything, what the modern West, the erroneous way they look at the world, or they teach people to look at the world, is they teach people to look at the world as if they are God. They're looking top down and they're saying, oh, this works wrong, so I'm going to do this about this injustice. Now, I do agree it's absolutely right for us to take action as individuals and not look at don't look at the world in the way the Enlightenment looks at the world, as a world of cultural processes or economic processes, or these things are just happening. It's just, the blah blah. I don't know. Yeah, people are immigrating here because of economic processes. No, don't look at the world that way. But at the same time, sometimes these things happen as, and this isn't me preaching some kind of apathy, but a lot of times when bad things happen to us that we cannot control, it's proper for us to look at them as a way of salvation, as a way of purifying ourselves from our own disordered. A lot of times it's the evils that we do that bring these things on. So, you look at the big picture things in the world, and a lot of them are brought on by people who refuse to recognize their own sin in a way. But either way, I think I read the other day. Where was it? I don't know, it's like a priest or maybe just a monk who struggles with anger, right? And so he goes to God and says, oh God, for the first time, I truly am repenting of my anger and I want to be past it. And I'm abandoning my anger, and I will, I used to get so upset when people made me angry, but now I won't be angry anymore. I'm just over this. And then immediately as he leaves, there's some other monk or someone else wrongs him in this way that would provoke him to anger. And it just happens again and again, constant provocations. And he says, God, what's going on? I said I'm repenting. Why are you making it more difficult? And then, of course, the response is, I forget the exact wording, but it's amounts to, well, you say you're repenting of this sin. You say you want to be over it. So I'm giving you opportunities to get over it. I'm giving you opportunities to be cured of your passion. So in many cases, that's, that's what we're actually looking at. That's really some of the evils in the world, which are evils. You're not, we're not being in denial or being apathetic about the evils in the world, but you can be, kind of sensible about it. All right. I'll check for other messages. Check the chat. What is my fastest Minecraft speed? Man. Set vertical tabs on helium. Control tabs. You can have vertical tabs on helium. Oh, actually, I've been using helium. You know, or I think am I using helium? I'm pretty sure I am. It's one of those new browsers. I don't know. I forget why I installed it, but it works, and I think that's the one I use. Let me see. What's my browser variable? Oh yes, helium. Yes, I'm using helium. If I were a Linux YouTuber, I'd be like, I'm using... This is why I switched to helium. If you're mindful of what data you submit, it doesn't really matter what browser you're using, I guess, as long as it's not Chrome. Yeah, I mean, really, any free software browser, it doesn't really matter. Let's see. Good places for rural living. Montana overpriced, even Idaho getting expensive. Looking at Tennessee, North Carolina, Georgia. Yeah, I looked at Tennessee. Every place is getting more expensive. I mean, that's just how it is. That's why you have to kind of act fast. I looked at Tennessee. I've looked at Georgia too. I think a lot of North Georgia, which is probably I've lived in South Georgia, but the climate is a little warm. If you like that, that's great. North Georgia, more mountainous, but you're really gonna have to find kind of a hidden away place. I think a lot of places, like I remember, maybe 5, 6, 7 years ago, you could go to like Hiawassee, Georgia, which is a beautiful place, by the way, wonderful place, and it's actually kind of past most of the tourist stuff. And it still is like a nice kind of small-ish area. It's not an ideal walkable town, but I went on a vacation there. But even it's getting kind of big, and a lot of people moving out there buying land, especially after the COVID hoax. So, but yeah, Tennessee might be nice. I mean, I don't want to say what place I'm really looking at because I don't want to increase the market value for it. So I'm not, don't you want to use Brave like other cool Linux YouTubers? Lol. Yeah, Brave is stupid. I mean, I obviously I've used it. I've used it for years. I even have defended Brave back when it was less annoying, but they just kept adding stupid crap to it. They just kept adding junk. It just got so annoying, and it's like, okay, every time I do an update, I'm going to have to disable something unless I want my data sent. So it's just dumb. It's very silly. Buy land in the country far away but close enough to get utility shops, would have a backup for yourself like solar and wells. I think really the idea is go to like a rundown, like a very small remote town that's not, maybe a little rundown but not that. Actually, a good example is like that random small town I mentioned in Georgia. And again, I'm not recommending this specific town, but it's like a good example where it's like, look up Register, Georgia. Where if you go to this place, now there's nothing much there. I'm pulling it up on Google Maps just to look at it myself. So if you look at, like, let's say just the downtown area, you can kind of see it. Okay, they have like a bunch of houses that are kind of walking distance. They have, you can just drop the little man in the area there, not on the main road. Well, I mean, maybe on Main Street, but like, just look there, you see a bunch of houses that are pretty close. Like, I actually think this kind of area is actually a really nice place to just kind of be. Like, if I'm looking to, because frankly, out in a place like this, it's rural. Like, you're not going to have to worry that much about zoning. You can pretty much do what you want. Like, obviously, a lot of people are not going to have goats and stuff, but like, you could do that. You could have chickens in this kind of area. It's all walkable. Like, you could theoretically even live without a car. I mean, in the day of like, free delivery of like groceries and stuff, especially. But, like, I don't know, like that is kind of what I think. That's the most realistic thing for people to do. Like, actually get in a small town that does that, like there's no economic draw, especially if you work online. Now, maybe I should say, especially if you can make money online, because you can make it wherever. Like you don't the best place for you to be is where there's no economic demand for any land. Like really, that's it. So go to a small town where things are walkable. Actually, Register might be a bad example because there's no commerce whatsoever. But like, there are other, I don't know, places that might be, maybe like having a grocery or something would be nice. I'm trying to think of a good one off the top of my head I could just show people. And again, I'm not recommending like people to just move to this specific town or whatever. But let's see. Oh, so I had to go to Charleston, which I'm not suggesting Charleston to move to, but oh man, I'm just going to tell people, I had this really nice experience at a church. There's something about it. But I went to like Summerville, South Carolina, which is near Charleston. And it actually, now it's not it doesn't have a downtown area I'd recommend you move to because it's probably pretty expensive, but in the abstract, it's nice. There's an Orthodox church. I think it's St. Cyril and Methodius in this downtown area. And it's like actually a pretty healthy downtown area, like looks like very vibrant. And there's just like a random Orthodox church just like hidden away in this place. Like not hidden away. It's in the best location possible. But the sad thing is, like, although I went there, I met the priests there, and I went to a service while I was in town. They did say they are going to be moving sometime soon because they have to. They're kind of being not evicted, but basically evicted, which is really sad. But man, that was nice. That was just a nice little place. What do you think about remote jobs from home? What do you think of remote work from home jobs? Are they better than being an office wagee? Definitely. For so many jobs, like now it depends on if you have a real job or a fake job. If you have a fake job, work from home. There's no reason for you not to. Obviously for a real job, you can't work from home. I mean, like if it's something serious, but I have friends who live the life they live because like they can work from home and have remote jobs, and they might have a job for that people say, like, especially, you could even have a job for some kind of antichrist company like Google or something. I'm not recommending people do that, but like if you have a remote job, you can get San Francisco wages or Los Angeles or Silicon Valley wages, I should say instead, for living wherever, and that's nice. But even if you're not making that much, you don't have to make that much. Like the optionality of working from home is nice. If you can, of course, you have to make it just. You do have to make a routine out of it, But Charleston area is in huge demand for land now. Everyone's moving in. Yeah. Again, I'm not suggesting moving there, but I'm just saying, like, oh, this is like a nice, like the logistics of being there is kind of nice. Yeah, but again, the ideal for a guy, especially like a group of guys starting out, a group of guys could mean just 2 or like 3 or 4 or 5, whatever, or just one who maybe has a friend who's on board. Just go to like a rural town, maybe some like decrepit area where there's like a walkable downtown area, even if all the businesses are closed, or there's one grocery or something like that, one Dollar General. God forbid, but like it's better than nothing, I guess, that's something to work with, that's something to, so I guess I should check for donations or something. But do you ever consider Coptic Orthodox Christianity? There's a Coptic church near me, which surprised me. I mean, when I was converting to the church, I don't know what you're at. I don't know if you know about the whole, non-Chalcedonian thing, or if you're just asking as like, if you're asking in the sense of, oh, is there anything wrong against some different cultural background of church in itself? No. But I suppose you're asking about whether did I consider non-Chalcedonianism as opposed to, Chalcedonian Orthodoxy or whatever. Sure, I considered it. I considered it a lot more than... I had to... That requires actually a good bit more reading and, adjudicating historical issues than, let's say, figuring out if Roman Catholicism... no offense to people who consider Roman Catholicism, but I think it's a pretty objectively easy issue to look at history and be like, oh yes, well the specific claims of the Roman Catholic Church as compared to Orthodoxy are false. Like they're just wrong. They're all wrong. No offense, but I don't think that was a difficult thing to square. It was a lot. I spent a lot more time figuring out, okay, who's right, the Eastern Orthodox or the Oriental Orthodox? But either way, I don't know if I want to go into everything about that now because I'm a little tired. But yeah, after a lot of consideration, I think the 7 ecumenical councils are indeed ecumenical councils, and I think that the Coptic Church, we can look at them and say in the same way we can say about the evangelical Orthodox. Well, I don't want to compare them to that. I don't want to say they're quite, but I think we can look at them, and we don't have to say bad stuff about them. But I think that they were wrong in the original issue of the reinstating of Eutyches and the deposition of Flavian, and Dioscorus was wrong to begin a schism. Like that, I do think that is the case. I don't mean any offense to either Copts or non-Chalcedonians, anti-Chalcedonians, whatever. But I think they're historically wrong on that case. So Dollar General wages are great. You can shoplift from anyway. How does your home network look like? What do you use as a router? Have you tried OpenBSD as a firewall? I've used a bunch of different routers that are mostly just whatever OpenWRT runs on. But my home network is literally just there have been times where I haven't even had a router. I've just plugged in to the modem or whatever, which you shouldn't really do. But yeah, I just have a router and I just have an Ethernet cord that goes to my computer. I don't really even usually have Wi-Fi on. That's the only internet. It's just one Ethernet cord. There's no fancy home network stuff here. So. I'm interested in why you think the community... Wait, oh, sorry, he's responding to someone else. Is there some kind of reason the Catholics continued to have ecumenical councils, but Orthodoxy didn't? It seems odd to me to stop having them. Really just that period of Christological controversies ended at a point. But of course, people will... a lot of Orthodox people will flatly say there have been more ecumenical councils since then. There's the 8th and 9th at the very least, and there are many other synods that frankly have ecumenical status. We don't actively, we don't have a feast day where we commemorate the, let's say the Council of Jerusalem, where we condemned, people who were flirting with Protestant. We don't have that kind of liturgical celebration. But yeah, there have been other ecumenical councils in the Orthodox Church. They're just not celebrated in some official way in the way that the first 7 are. And of course we have a day for the first 6 ecumenical councils before the 7th. That's a holdover from before the 7th was celebrated. So yeah, we definitely still have them. But the other artifact of life, especially now, is there's no Roman emperor to call a council. Roman Catholics eventually started this new convention of, now the Bishop of Rome calls councils because he's the king of our church, kind of. So they have one go-to person to start a council. In the Orthodox Church, it's we've had synods. Again, we've had the Synod of Jerusalem. We've had the the council that condemned Barlaamism and stuff. I forget who called those. It might have been the emperor, but nowadays we don't even have a Roman emperor. So who's going to call it? Erdogan isn't going to do it. Is Putin going to call it? It's funny to imagine something like that. But yeah, I mean, there have been synods, I think, called by bishops of different sorts. But describe your thought process on the Chalcedon thing. Why not Pope? As far as I know, everyone that studies popes admits to Rome. There's no pope in history. There just isn't. That's the easiest thing. There's no concept of a papacy. There's a bishop of Rome. The bishop of Rome is one of the most respected patriarchs, but there is no such thing as a papacy, especially one that purports to have universal jurisdiction at all in the history of the church. And you can not just look at that. You can look at the history of how it evolved. You can look at the investiture controversies around the turn of the millennium, where Roman Catholics were still trying to figure out, really the papacy came into existence at this period. The idea of the papacy, and so where a lot of Roman Catholics go wrong, or where a lot of Protestants who consider Roman Catholicism go wrong, is they mistake things that they're told look like the papacy. So you hear people using, speaking honorably about the Bishop of Rome, or they'll read a document that uses the word Pope, even though the word Pope literally is not used. It's hard to explain. If you read something in Latin and Greek, there's not even a word for Pope, like a papacy, before very recently. I mean, it's a casual term of address. It's not the words in Latin. They might use a word like apostolicus or pontifex, which are just words for high, could be used of other patriarchs or other bishops. And when you read a document, it translated into English, they'll translate that as Pope, which is anachronistic, because the idea of the modern papacy of this line of specific popes that are different from other patriarchs, that's a new concept. It's one that didn't exist, and it didn't even exist during the Middle Ages, when the granted there was a papal schism and stuff where you have, but even at that point, modern Roman Catholicism didn't exist in the same way. The Council of Constance, which is called by an anti-pope to deal with the papal schism, who wasn't considered an anti-pope by most at the time, but that preaches very openly that ecumenical councils are a higher authority in the church than the Pope, or the Bishop of Rome or whatever at that point. And that's way after the schism. That's way after all this stuff. So all I can say is the more you read, again, I'll say the same thing I said to the Protestant earlier. If you're a Roman Catholic who unironically actually thinks that the papacy existed in history, just actually read stuff from the early church. Read the canons of the ecumenical councils. Don't read a Roman Catholic commentary trying to make it sound like it's something that it's not. Read the canons of the Council of Nicaea that talk about the jurisdiction of Rome as compared to the jurisdiction of Antioch, or the jurisdiction of Alexandria. Okay, they talk about that. There's no universal Roman jurisdiction. Or look at Chalcedon. Chalcedon said, it is very explicit about the position that Rome and Constantinople and all these different sees have. And in Chalcedon, actually, they say that the see of Constantinople is equal to that of Rome. And when there's a dispute in some other patriarchate, people should go to Constantinople to adjudicate the dispute, not Rome. This is not papacy. This is not. And more importantly than that, we don't believe there's magical dirt in Rome. We don't believe there's magical dirt in Constantinople or any other see. There is, these are just sees that for political and historical and early apostolic reasons in the church were sees of great prominence. Constantinople is probably a good example because it was made into a great see. It was made the capital of the Roman Empire. And so That's actually one of the real controversies of the Council of Chalcedon, where Chalcedon kind of explicitly puts this in words, saying, yeah, go to Constantinople to adjudicate disputes. This is where that happens. And it also says, if the capital of the Roman Empire moves again, go to that city. Like if you have to move it to Moscow or something like that. I'm just playing around here for all you third Romists out there. But either way, none of this presuppose anything like a papal ecclesiology. And in fact, even the Roman Catholic forgeries, even like the donation of Constantine, does it assume that there is some universal papal jurisdiction? No. It's Constantine donating to the Bishop of Rome the temporal powers of an emperor. Okay? So the proto-Roman Catholics at that time, they didn't believe in a papacy. They believed that the Bishop of Rome had this power that was given to him by the Roman Emperor, the Eastern Roman Emperor, So I think the more you read into anything, and look at what saints say about the structure of the church. It's not papal. There's not even a concept. Read the basic stuff. Saint Vincent of Lorenz, when he talks about, the quote that people quote about, like, what is believed at all times, everywhere, by everyone, all people. Does he say when there's a question of the faith, go to the Pope of Rome, go to the infallible magisterium of the Roman Church? No, he doesn't say that. He doesn't say that. There are people who say Rome is a good place to go, or Constantinople, or Alexandria, or any of these great sees, any of these great patriarchates. That's what that is. But no one has this idea of this infallible, universal jurisdiction of Rome, but also the infallible papacy is non-existent. And again, like I think I quoted in the interview with Kyle back then, like a good example is like Saint Isidore of Seville. Again, I reprint his book, the Book of Etymologies, and he goes in excruciating detail to how all the functions of the church, all the, he talks about how lectors and cantors work, and acolytes and deacons and subdeacons and priests and bishops and patriarchs and metropolitans. He talks about all the structure of the church, all the ecumenical councils, all this kind of stuff. But, he forgot to mention the papacy. He just forgets about it. This book that literally Western Rome was the Western Empire was educated on, all the Latin-speaking world. It's the literal encyclopedic textbook that everyone is using during this period, before and after the schism. And he just forgets to mention the Pope. He forget the most important part. How could I forget that? Now, of course, in reality, there's no Pope. There's no concept of the papacy. It doesn't exist. It's something that exists. And mind you, even the modern Vatican I Catholicism is so novel. Like, it's of all the let's say, arguments that Roman Catholics made in the Council of Trent, nowhere do they just say, oh, well, people who aren't in communion with the Bishop of Rome, they're just outside of the church. We've always believed that. Even in the 1500s, they're not saying that. That's something that's Vatican I. Like, that's... And, of course, Vatican I is out the window. The Roman Catholic Church of today, the Vatican II Church doesn't believe in Vatican I anyway. So, like, they can try and pretend they don't. Or they can try to pretend they do, or that they're compatible, but they're not, So, that's what I would say. There's no historical papacy. There's the Bishop of Rome, one of the most prominent bishops. Many times he is like the first in the diptychs. He's the most. It's the capital of the Roman Empire. Of course, it's the central city, Saint Peter and Paul. Where this is what Saint Irenaeus says in Against Heresies. He says Rome is this place that has this apostolic origin, in the same way other cities, of course, have apostolic origins. But Peter and Paul are both there. He doesn't say Peter is magically infallible, by the way. He doesn't say that. He says what any Orthodox Christian believes. It's a honorable and a respectable see, but it's not magical. It's not infallible. There's a point in time where the Church of Rome, unfortunately, strayed from the Orthodox faith in many respects, and that's all I can say. That's why I'm not a Roman Catholic. We can go into more excruciating details about this later, but I'll have to get out books and stuff. But all I can say is this: for Roman Catholics, or guys looking into Catholicism, I'll say the same thing I said to Protestants. Just actually read stuff. Just actually read the early church councils. Just actually read what people were saying, what they were saying about how the church works. There were popes that are anathematized. There were popes that are anathematized other popes. You know, you have goofy events like the Cadavers Synod and stuff like that. So, yeah, none of this, like, Vatican I papacy, it doesn't exist. It's not a real thing. It's never been a real thing. People in history didn't believe in it. They had no concept of it, you know. And so all of it is, like, people now who have this very novel... I mean, I think I said this in the last stream, but it's like a Protestant who is convinced that the rapture is something real. And so they can look in the Bible and they can look in history and magically force themselves to believe that this is something real. Like, they can read it into stuff in the Bible. In the same way a Roman Catholic can read into, oh, here's the stuff about the keys. That's about the infallible jurisdiction of Rome. No, it's not. No, it's not. That's not. And you can look at what St. Augustine or St. Isidore of Seville say about that passage if you really want. Not just great saints of the church, great saints of the Western church. Both of them filioquists, by the way, mind you. Both of them have impeccable Latin, you know, credentials, and they don't teach Vatican I Catholicism. None of them do. No one did. No Catholics at the time didn't have a concept of, you know, even those who were trying to inflate the papacy didn't have that, you know. Look at me, I'm psyoped. I use the word papacy. Even those trying to inflate the bishop, the patriarch of Rome, you know. So, anyway. All right. That was a long talk, actually. Maybe I'm getting a little tired. I can't. This is probably the longest stream I've ever done in my life. I don't know how I'm still doing this, but I should probably I probably have. There's honestly other stuff I need to do. So if you have last comments, donations, get them in absolutely now. I'm gonna end this at 5. Well, I'm New York time right here. I'm in New York City, by the way. So top of the hour, I'm gonna end this. So go ahead and get in donations. Or last comments. So. Not even Thomas Aquinas teaches Immaculate Conception, right? Yeah. I mean, the Scholastics had some different idea of the Immaculate Conception. Again, that's an example of a Catholic doctrine. I mean, it's almost too easy. Even Catholics have to admit it. Like, it was not an apostolic doctrine, you know. Or, like, the Assumption of Mary, you know. The Virgin Mary had an earthly repose. She died at some point, you know. Like, we celebrate that every year. But Catholics at some point in time, and partially for theological reasons, because they had this idea of the Immaculate Conception, they insist that Mary couldn't have died, you know, so she had to be just taken into heaven without dying. That's not what the early church believed. It's just not. It's just not, you know. A lot of them will kind of like pretend that there's some kind of I don't know, whatever. So Dom says, King Luke Smith the Great, do you ever use XMR Bazaar? It's extremely based. I send this to you with love from a Maltese Catholic bro. Please come visit Malta. We have pretty churches. Last stream someone was telling me to come visit Malta, so maybe I will have to. So, we'll see. Okay. All right. Again, at the top of the hour, I'm going. Look at the chat. Why would you move to New York? Why, Luke? I do not live in New York. I will tell you that. I did say I might go to Jordanville, though. So that's in New York. So we'll see. Do Greek Orthodox churches also have English services? Yeah, sure. Sure. I mean, everyone's going to be different in America. But yeah, for the most part, they're pretty much all going to be in English. I mean, Greeks in America, they don't really speak liturgical Greek. I think, it's pretty normal. Most Greek churches in America, the whole thing's in English. They might sing something in Greek, or they might say the creed in English and Greek. Then, guys, say something, otherwise he's going to get off early. Yeah, maybe. It's only 10 minutes. People are probably typing like a donation message or something. That's why they're not talking in the chat. So, well, they are, but, let's be real. We ever move to Eastern Europe? Very unlikely. I'm not big into like moving out of the country LARPs. There is theoretically, there is a place there is maybe one place out of the country I might move to. It's Israel, guys. No, just kidding. Yeah, but that's a low possibility. Do you still not have a phone? If so, how do you do online banking for other things that require a phone? I have a computer. What would I need a phone for? If you're talking about like OTP stuff, like one-time password, you can get that on your computer. That's where I have my OTP stuff. So like all my bank one-time passwords, it's just like like the password manager Pass, like the command line one that all the cool kids use. Look up Pass OTP. There's a plugin you can do one-time passwords on your computer, and that's what I do. Because one-time passwords are just terrible. That part of me is like, okay, if you have my password, I want you to just steal my stuff. Or like I want you to I want my password to just be able to actually get into stuff. But of course nowadays it doesn't. You have to have these one-time passwords. But oh well, higher security, whatever. But yeah, nowadays everything requires a one-time password. Sorry, I miss what people are talking about. I have a much more simplistic answer, but there are plenty of good answers online. Everyone in Orthodoxy gets tonsured, but it matters what you're being tonsured into. Yeah, everyone's tonsured at baptism. I wonder kind of wonder what he's responding to. But, too lazy to scroll up, and my thing is so slow. It's a miracle I'm streaming from this computer right now. Doesn't it provide more security due to separate systems with the OTP? Yeah, but I don't want the more security. I just want to be on my account. And you know what? So what if the password and the OTP are on the same device? I just want to log on, okay? I don't want a silly cell phone for all this. Binary Ghost says, is the idea of privacy over the 2027 car mandate, Palantir, and all these flock cameras, not to mention age verification on your OSs, seem like the noose is closing tight? Honestly, a lot of this I'm not plugged into. I do know about what the car mandate is. That like GPSs on every car? It's something crazy like that. I want to say, I forget what it was, but it's something really bad. Thankfully, you can still just use an older car, and of course, I'm never gonna buy a new car, or if I do, it'll be 2026. Yeah, Palantir. Everything I hear about them is bad, but I don't know that much, and I've not been plugged in. I hope. Hopefully when Gavin Newsom or AOC is president, they're going to sweep all those guys out, right? And flock cameras, yeah, I don't know. Yeah. People were talking about age verification on your OS. I don't know anything about that, but... All right. Note from Twitch. Thoughts on Fuentes? I already did that. I don't know. I don't watch him. I can't. I'm not gonna just have random opinions on a guy. I mean, for the most part, the stuff he's done over the years is, it's nice, but I'm just not into the like constant streaming stuff. I mean, imagine this. It's nice doing a stream, but imagine if I did it every night. I know he talks about. He is very. I saw him the video he did with Sam Hyde, and I was like kind of impressed how everything's on the tip of his tongue. Like when it comes to politics, I think that's kind of impressing. I guess. I think it's nice, but. Yeah, as I said earlier in the stream, when someone asked the same question, maybe you're just making a joke asking again, but I'll repeat it. I did see some worrisome clips about him, like kind of almost like endorsing what Trump did to Venezuela, like literally kidnap some guy. So I don't support Zion Don doing that, and I think maybe Fuentes was just joking or something. I don't know, but I mean, for the most part, the stuff I've seen him say. Seems pretty good, so I'm not going to say anything bad about him. I can't really think anything else to say. Dom says, yes, Mr. Luke, if you come to Malta, it would be a great honor for our rock in the Mediterranean. It's the place to be. At my old university, there were guys who did research on Maltese. Like psycholinguistic research, like how language is processed by the brain. And they did Maltese because they wanted to do a Semitic language, and Maltese is like the only Semitic language that's like written in Latin characters. So it makes it a lot easier to like write programs to do stuff with it. So that's why they did that. Okay. All right. I'm just about done. All right, so a couple things. Let's see. So I want to do a video of the almost like word study. Word study makes it sound boring, but I mentioned like the Greek word faith, how it's misused in kind of Protestant interpretations of the Bible. Everyone pray for Gordon, the repose of Gordon. That's from one of the super chats was about his father who passed away. His name was Gordon, so pray for him. And I'm trying to think what else. Other videos. There's another video I said I wanted to do. Someone remind me, what videos should I do? Maybe I should have asked that at the beginning. Can I still migrate to the U.S.? No, actually not right now. So I had some friends who were talking about like so immigration and even visas to America have actually seriously been tightened up under Trump. Like seriously, I had a friend who had to go for like a visa thing, like a visa interview. He had gone a couple years ago, and he went back recently. Like he went under Biden, like to wherever the embassy was, and then. He went recently under Trump. And under Biden, the room is just like jam-packed with all these people applying. Everyone was getting, every tourist visa, every anything else visa is just getting approved. And he went back in Trump during, like, just recently, just like a month ago. And there's, like, no one in the room at all. No one's even applying anymore. And, like, everyone there was getting rejected. Even, like, people with, like, pretty good cases for, like, a visitor visa, So... he was just like, things are actually pretty tight in America now. So if you don't have a visa waiver, you're not going to be able to visit America. Like visitor visas are pretty tight right now. H-1Bs, I hope they tighten up. Sorry, my Indian fans, but the land of India is just so great. I don't want you to leave it. Yeah. But I'll come to Uttar Pradesh, guys. You can see me there. Riley says, what do you think about Jesuits, Society of Jesus? Not very much. Not, I don't think that much about it. I don't have many conspiracy theories about them right now, but they're not like, you know, that's all I can say. Come to Argentina. Zion Millet is soon to be gone. Yeah, Zion Millet. That's another, like, disappointment, huh? Man, if you had told, like, 22-year-old me, like, Argentina's going to elect an ANCAP. Oh, what's he going to do? This is going to be awesome. Finally, a president who loves freedom. What's he going to do? Oh, he's going to privatize all the industries and sell them to Israeli companies. Oh, that's interesting. Many such cases. Luke, what are your thoughts on Ayn Rand? Those are my thoughts on Ayn Rand. So, all right. I'm about done. It's top of the hour. I'm going home. All right. It's been nice. Send me an email if you have a suggestion for a video you want to see, because it was cute doing streams. I might do them again sometime soon. But you know, it's either videos or nothing, and I might do more long-form stuff. I might do, like, not related, but with a camera. Not live stream, just I sit here, talk about something, you know. You can listen to the audio-only version, but maybe I'll do that. Maybe that'll be fun. Maybe the reason I haven't done not related, maybe I'm, like, hacking myself. I need to just do it in a fun new way for me, and I'll do lots of not relateds. But yeah, you just send me if there's anything you want to hear more about. So, all right, thanks everyone for coming out. We'll see you guys next time. It's going to be a second before I actually